last month of the worst year. I think we are all there. Mr. Greathead, can you just acknowledge that that is you under Municipality of Jasper?
It's not.
It's not.
But I just see that Mr. Greathead just signed in here, so we will.
Thank you.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning, Mr. Greathead. All right, we
Not
are
not seeing Councillor Wilson.
no, but I was I'm expecting to see him, so I'll give him another moment. All right, we are all present. I will call this regular meeting of Council of the Municipality of Jasper to order for December 1st, 2020. Councillors, you have today's proposed agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, or other changes to be made to the agenda? Seeing nothing, may I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda as presented? Councillor Keller-Harampe, thank you. All in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. The minutes of the regular meeting of November 17th, 2020 have been circulated. Are there any errors, omissions, or corrections required to be made to those minutes? Hearing none, may I have a motion, please, to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of November 17th, 2020 as presented? Councillor Journeau, thank you. All in favor? That is sufficient, but I have lost Councillor McGrath.
Oh, she's
All right,
just
I will
popped back in.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor McGrath. So there are none opposed. That is carried. All right, we have two presentations under agenda item 4 this morning. We begin with the Community Futures West Yellowhead Business Walk report. Nancy Robbins, I see Nancy is there with us. So Nancy, go ahead with your presentation, please.
Good morning, everybody. Nice to see everybody virtually and nice to see that you're all healthy. Thanks for the opportunity to talk about this today. I want to talk a little bit about how we got to the point where we did a business walk and a little bit about the work that we've done at Community Futures West Yellowhead since the start of the COVID-19 economic crisis. When lockdown occurred in March, we, like everybody else, went home, but we didn't stop working. My team and I probably worked 12-hour days and just really in a response to trying to help people mitigate a lockdown and what that meant in terms of their economics, and spent a lot of time on the phone with people, trying to keep people calm, and then spent a lot of time trying to learn about federal relief programming and how it all fit with their businesses. As we moved into the summer, we were awarded a relief recovery program called the Regional Relief Recovery Fund through the federal government, and have to date issued 40 loans in the region with that program. We're about today actually starting the second wave of the RRF funding. So for those people that were not eligible for CEBA, they should reach out to us. We've been given more funds again. And also we have a new loan just for Jasper that deals with rent relief recovery. And we're finding that a lot of people, I just got off the phone this morning with a business in Jasper, are looking for these funds. So we have a lot of things that we're doing. And the business walk was just one of many things that we did. So on September 21st, we had our first business walk of 5 in Jasper. And the purpose of this walk was to visit local businesses and to have a casual conversation about what was happening in the local economy with business owners. We wanted to hear about how they were successful under the COVID-19 economic crisis and also look at the challenges and opportunities that were there. We selected 99 businesses in Jasper, mostly in the downtown core. We probably on our first day of doing this kind of project bit off a lot more than we could chew, and we were able to successfully visit 51 of those businesses. Thanks to Community Futures West Yellowhead staff, municipal councilors and mayors in Jasper. We had the Jasper Employment Education Center, Parks Canada, Alberta Labor and Immigration, the Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce, and our MLA Martin Long join us in Jasper, and we strategically visited the businesses. So the whole point of the business walk is we asked 3 main questions. How have you adapted your business under COVID-19 measures? What do you feel your business needs to move forward? And what type of support does your business need to succeed in the next 6 months? In all 5 communities, we found that COVID-19 has created higher than normal financial strains on the businesses. They have created strains on employee retentions and hiring, and owners are having more physical presence in their business. And so the whole issue of COVID fatigue is completely different for a business owner than it is for probably a resident or a citizen of our community. It has created a higher potential stress for business owners, and many are rethinking their options should a potential second wave hit or lockdown situation occur again. What we're finding now in the region under the second wave of COVID is that some business owners are choosing to lock down themselves. We're seeing that business owners are wondering about the safety and the health of their staff. So what they're doing is they're imposing their own lockdowns, which has financial implications for those businesses. Owners had a lot of time to speak with us during the time that we went in September, as they didn't find that their usual fall experiences, such as back to school and fundraising opportunities and events, were there for their businesses to participate in. And we found that many, because of the move onto virtual, a lot of storefronts are not having the participation in their businesses as much as they would like, either by people coming to participate in school activities, back to school shopping, Christmas shopping right now. And so the move to online is really starting to affect a lot of people. Even today, as we meet virtually online, people are learning new technologies. And they're coming more comfortable with the way that they use their technology and their systems. So what that is we're seeing now is everyone is choosing to move online because they've had a lot of time to get really good and really comfortable with it. So we noticed that there were 3 main themes that we needed to engage our business community in to incorporate success. The first being a need for a shop local initiative. This support is not only to create awareness with local consumers for their everyday needs, but it also is to look a lot at how we do procurement in our municipalities, and also to talk about how we can do procurement with local opportunities. The second theme revolves around advertising and marketing assistance. Never before have we seen so many people reach out to us asking for marketing help and for coaching help, especially with social media. So we're trying our best to meet that need through a coaching program here at Community Futures, and we're hoping to be able to put some more funds and more resources into that initiative. The third common theme, of course, is financial assistance. Never before, just like a need to go virtual, never before have we seen the need for a cash flow and more cash going into people's businesses. So it varies between people that are self-employed and how they use COVID recovery programs to increase financial support for wage and rent subsidies. When we look at Jasper, we saw really unique needs in Jasper. And of course, number 1 being Jasper was the first community in our region to do a mask bylaw. We found that businesses really appreciated that support from their municipality, because then they were able to say, our municipality has enforced a bylaw, and then the onus is not on the business to enforce that. It's the bylaw is supporting that. Also, too, we heard a lot of people talk about sidewalk seating. Unlike the work that the chamber does, I cannot say whether it's black or white, cut or dry on how to help you with your decision-making processes, but I can say that the unanticipated consequence of sidewalk seating is that more people were downtown. They were able to go outside, and that trickled over to other businesses that were not intended or weren't even using sidewalk seating, because there was this air of, well, let's go shopping downtown. Let's go spend some time and have that downtown experience. And so we really saw that in this summertime, was that there was this experience happening downtown, which prompted more shopping in businesses that did not have open sidewalks. I think that's about it for my presentation. Our next move is we're looking at a regional-wide shop local initiative with our team and different ways that we can encourage people to shop the West Yellowhead. When it comes to shopping local, and I know this debate is starting to heat up in some communities online, we consider shopping local at all our businesses, no matter if they're franchises or if they are businesses that are mom and pop shops, or if they're big or if they're small. The more money we leave in our community, the more money that we have to employ people and to keep people working. So we're going to just really talk a lot about how we can shop local in our different sectors, and how procurement is really important for people to think about how they apply for bids with municipalities. So I will end my presentation there, and hopefully you'll have some questions for me. And if not, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Enjoyed that presentation, and of course the written report that we have as well, that's on the agenda and is available to the public. Before I turn it to questions from councillors, I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to be engaged in that business walk. I had the pleasure of going in concert with our MLA Martin Long to businesses along Connaught and Jasper, and it really was a wonderful opportunity to engage with businesses where they do business. So I appreciate your efforts to get that whole thing rolling, and your thoughtfulness in inviting council to be part of it. It was most enjoyable. With that, I will turn it open to questions from councillors. Councillor McGrath.
Yes, I echo Mayor Ireland's comments, Ms. Robbins. It was a real opportunity to be engaged in the business walk and to have that opportunity. So I thank you very much. And I do thank you and your team at Community Futures for everything that you've done for the businesses in general in all regions, not just Jasper. The work that you do on the front lines and the work that you do in engaging these businesses during this economic crisis is certainly appreciated. And all of the assistance that you're providing, your finger is on the pulse, and as needs are noticed, they're being met. So lots and lots of gratitude to you and your team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Nancy, and my apologies for missing the walk.
It's okay.
Yeah, but anyway, my question is, have you had any feedback from businesses looking for assistance in going online? So like local businesses in the face of a second lockdown, I think the benefit is there, or the opportunity is there for smaller local businesses to go online. But I think there's probably quite a few hurdles to get there. Have you heard any, or has anybody been reaching out to Community Futures, or is that something we as Community Futures can assist in? I think that it would be beneficial.
Yes, thanks for that question, Councillor Wilson, because yes, it is a big thing that we're trying to focus on. And I hate to use the coin word that everyone's using, but you do have to pivot your business model. I know that's cliche right now, but that business model that you had 10 months ago, you might as well throw it out the window and think about how you're going to move online. Now, I'm not telling people to compete with Amazon, because they're not able to do that. So one of the things, two things that we've done that are not specific to Jasper, but I can share with you what we've done in the past month, or three things. One is we've done online marketing and coaching. So we've offered a marketing with our community liaison, Jack Delisle. Jack works with businesses and done some one-on-one coaching and just help them simple things like how to take a picture with your iPhone before you post it on media to make sure you do it correctly. So we have been doing that. Secondly, we've been working a lot in Grand Cache with the home-based businesses, and just to see if we could test the waters a little bit, we offered to the home-based businesses to anyone that makes products that are not part of multi-level marketing, but products that they make in their homes or artisans. We did an online market for 2 days, and it was just for us to test the water to see how that support was going to work. And it was brilliant. The artisans and the people that we worked with were really excited because they had made a lot of product for Christmas. And then of course, all the Christmas markets got canceled. And so it was an opportunity for them to get the market out, their products out. Thirdly, we're helping a lot of our farmers and food producers in the eastern end of our region in Yellowhead County move online. Because traditional farm gate sales are not possible right now. They can't have people coming to their farms. And so we're helping our farmers look a little bit on how they can take that product that they have, especially when we all want to have a big Christmas dinner, and how they can sell those products like their chickens and their bison meat and all that stuff. And so we do have a website, growyellowhead.ca, where people can sell their products, but we're also working individually with those farmers to help them, again, things like how do you take a picture? How do you talk about your product? How do you get it online? Where are you posting it online? So I think moving into the first quarter of 2021, it's really where we're going to focus a lot of our coaching energy, is to help people get a little bit more suave with social media. And just for the record, it's not me teaching people because I don't know how to do it well. So we have a great team that can do that. So that's our plan.
Thank you for that, Nancy. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Keller-Hrampe.
Good morning, Nancy. Thank you to you
Morning,
and your
Helen.
team for all your work. Thank you especially for all your help to the business in Jasper with the RRF loan. I'm sure you're going to see many more coming forward. They're not able to access other loans. Nancy, I'm going to come. I also had the pleasure of participating in the downtown business walk. I learned a lot. It's always great to go out and meet our businesses. Nancy, last year council gave $5,000 to Community Future for the downtown revitalization program. Can you touch a little bit of where that is?
Yes, thank you. So we're just finishing up the preparation and research stage of that project. This was part of a CARES grant that we put in for 3 projects in the West Yellowhead, and one of them would being a look at downtown revitalization in Jasper. And of course, the municipality of Jasper was also a contributor to that program. We keep putting it off mainly because we haven't wanted to contact the businesses about too much in COVID. We struggled to find the right time to implement it, and then we realized we just need to rip the Band-Aid off and do it. So we're hoping to get that into the first quarter of 2021. Our hope is to do a business owner survey. We've identified 111 businesses in the downtown core that we want to target to ask them what downtown means to them, and also then to do a resident survey where we ask residents what their view is on downtown. Now, we want to make sure that we're not focusing just on beautification. We realize that beautification is probably the physical thing that you want to see downtown, but we want to find out why people are going downtown and why they're not going downtown. And so we want to have a feel of what does that downtown area mean to people as a business owner, but also as a resident of Jasper. So like my time in Jasper, I've been there over 20 years. Downtown means something different to me than it does to someone who just moved to our town. So why are people using downtown? What ways can we promote leadership and look at their existing resources to increase the potential of that downtown core? How can we work at marketing and the positive image and branding? Economic development, what do we need down in our downtown core so that we look at what businesses that we can encourage for starting up and say, look, there's a possibility for you to open this kind of business because it's missing in our downtown, and we see that residents are identifying that that's a need. Oh, and physical improvements. What do people want to see? Do you want more bike racks? Do you want more trees? Do you want the snowflakes for another year? What would you like to see in the downtown core? So January, February, March, hopefully I will be coming back to council in April and giving you a full report on that. Fingers crossed. We're under this pandemic, every day is different. So plans change twice a day. So that's the plan right now. So that's our hope.
Thanks, Nancy, for sharing that with us, and best of luck in the near future here.
Thanks.
Again, thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Councillor Keller-Hrampe. Councillor Butler?
Thanks very much, Nancy, for your report. And I wasn't available to attend the business walk, which I regret, but I appreciate and understand it was a really successful event. And so we really appreciate it, I think, from a community standpoint and from a council standpoint. I suppose it's been a little more than 2 months since you did that, and I have a feeling that if you did it now, I guess my sense was back in September, we had there was a bit of a feeling of optimism that maybe we had crested the first wave, and now things feel a little different. Are you getting feedback from businesses more recently and at all? And I wonder if you could characterize that and how it feels differently for some of them now versus back in September. And then I have a specific question. You had mentioned assistance for helping businesses to engage online and use social media and so on. I know that you have your client businesses that you lend to, but that kind of assistance, is it available to any business as opposed to the direct clients of Community Futures? So those are my 2 questions, and thanks again for your efforts.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. I'm going to go to the second one first because that one's easier to answer. We consider every business a client of Community Futures, no matter if we fund them or not. So our coaching programs are free to clients. We may charge small fees for training or whatever, but if they want help for moving online, they really should reach out to us. And like I said, we have a lot of people here that can help, that are much younger and cooler on social media than I am. And we have great coaches here. And so I really encourage them to reach out. Your first question is very hard to answer because it's been very difficult to work in this job in the past 9 months. And I get stopped on the street often, especially in Jasper, where I live with my family. And right now, businesses are feeling pretty low. We know that we've done a lot of work with mental health counselors in our region to talk about what is happening in the business community, because they are often a forgotten sector of where mental health supports are needed. And we've had a few sessions on Facebook. We've done a live Facebook session just talking about that. And the response we get, we had 70 businesses the night we did it. So the need is really, really there. And it's really important to recognize, because in most cases, business owners have had to lay off a lot of their staff and have had to work their businesses alone. So they have been in isolation, and also they're very tired right now. And some business owners are very, very scared. They're scared about the safety of their staff, especially as numbers rise in our communities. And outbreaks are declared in hospitals in different communities. They're very nervous. My concern is that some people aren't going to survive the winter, and in terms of financial, and with the level of restrictions that are on businesses right now, I can't stress enough that they should probably reach out to us, even if it's just they need someone to talk to about what they're doing and what their plan is, and we can just reassure them to put one foot in front of the other. I heard a good analogy on the radio that I like to tell clients, and it was an economist, and he talked about how it's kind of like we're driving from Calgary to Edmonton with a bunch of kids in the car, and right now we're in Red Deer, and we got to get out of the car and stretch the legs, and God, we just want to stay in Red Deer, but everyone got to get back in the car, and you got to keep going. We're only halfway there, so we got to keep going. And if there's any way we can help people just to keep going, they should reach out to us. So thank you for asking that question.
Well, thanks very much. Sorry for, I guess, pushing you to go dark a little bit, but I feel like it's just really important.
It is important.
We're all aware. It's important for us to all be aware of just how difficult things are. And I really appreciate all of your efforts, you and your team, in helping those businesses. Thank you.
Thank you again, Nancy and Councillor Butler. Councillor Demota.
Hi there. I don't have much to add. I couldn't be part of the walk either, but I just wanted to say thank you, Nancy, to your team and your growing presence in the community and what you're doing for business. I get a lot of positive feedback from your initiative, so I just wanted to give that extended thank you and for all those efforts, and they're quite visible, so much appreciated. And I was looking forward to the presentation today, and I'm happy to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. I see no further hands. Nancy, I have one parting question and one just point of clarification, and it may be that I just misunderstood you. Firstly, the question, you had indicated that some businesses are going into a self-imposed lockdown just for safety measures. For those who might be considering that, can you advise whether there is any negative effect with respect to either access or eligibility to any of the programs that are available that would arise from a self-imposed lockdown as opposed to a mandated lockdown?
Not with our programs and not with the recovery program that we offer, no, it would not. But that is a very good question. At first, I made a point of trying to get every detail of every recovery program, and it simply can't keep up. And so now my advice is to big decisions like that, to make sure you give the CRA a call and speak with your accountant. And that's the best advice I can give. I do not think that any negative effects will come out of making those kinds of decisions. However, I cannot predict what's going to happen in terms of that. So I push people to talk to the CRA. They've hired extra staff. They dial 1-800-O-Canada, and it's pretty quick, and people are very, very helpful. We haven't had any complaints about people dealing with the CRA through this pandemic. And so that is the number one thing I recommend. And also to make sure that their cash flow can cover a decision like that. So in terms of their rental obligations, their expenses, and of course, the safety and security of their staff, as well as the financial well-being of their staff. So
yeah, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that response, and I really do want to extend my personal gratitude to those businesses who take that action on their own. It is obviously in the interests of their own workforce, but it's in the public interest, and I really hope that they get appropriate advice and that there are no negative effects, because it is the right thing to do in so many cases.
And it is business owners making a gesture to keep people safe and really worried about their safety of their staff. And I applaud, I'm with you, I applaud that decision. And so if they need help, to really just to make sure everyone's willing to help the business community right now. So just ask for help.
Thank you. That was my only question. My only comment was, and again, I perhaps I misunderstood, but it's just on the question of masking and the local bylaw. And I appreciated your comments that from your perspective, businesses were supportive of the early steps taken by council and municipality to get that in place, because it then was a support that they could use in their own businesses. I just want to be perfectly clear with everyone that there is no expectation from the part of the municipality that businesses are required to enforce. We are there absolutely to support, but we do not expect, and we in fact encourage that they not attempt to enforce the bylaw, but it is there as a tool that will certainly help them with compliance, we hope. But it was just the word enforcement, and I wanted to make sure everybody understands that it is not a vigilante world out there, and enforcement is a matter for authorities. So
In fact, it's an important thing to say because we've seen some violence in some communities in the province,
Exactly.
and it's very important to recognize that. So thank you. I won't use that word again, Mayor Ireland.
All right, well, thank you again. A
Thank
very
you.
thorough report. We appreciate it, and we look forward to the ongoing efforts of Community Futures West Yellowhead in our community and regionally. So thank you very much for that report.
And thank you for the kind words from my team. I'll make sure that they are told that later today. So it's greatly appreciated.
Thank you. All right, agenda item 4.2, I believe, is another report. This one from Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce, and I believe Mrs. Pavlov is available.
Good
I see she
morning.
is unmuted, so Mrs. Pavlov, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone. This is my final report on the renewal for extended patio / sidewalk seating. You are in receipt of the final copy. There are not a number of changes at all, other than a few numbers. So I will be very brief. I can tell you that in total, 107 businesses were surveyed, including hospitality, retail, service, and 3 nonprofit organizations, as well as 2 government agencies. Now that is a reduced number. So you'll see one change there from the original draft you repeated, or that you received rather. And this was due to either seasonal or permanent closures. So definitely something to keep in mind there when you're counting your numbers. So not dissimilar from the numbers that that Ms. Robbins just presented. Just for those who may not be familiar with this report, in all cases, upper floor, lower floor, non-immediate street accesses were also surveyed. So we were able to reach quite a few people. And I can tell you that my final number is that 15 businesses or organizations did not respond to the survey or were not reached at the time that the final report was prepared. These non-responses are not included in the data in any yes, no, or neutral responses, anecdotes, or suggestions. It took 7 days through business, 1 statutory holiday and 1 weekend day to gather this information. Just gives you an idea of the breadth of the reach. Messages were left with each business whenever possible, noting that outstanding responses are from initial calls, messages beginning Thursday, November the 8th, and they remained in the queue until close of business November 23rd. In fact, I actually let that go till the 25th. Or 24th rather. So I can tell you that from the general numbers of the 107 businesses, 63 were 100% in favor. There was no caveat to that. Add to that 47 who were definitely in favor, but would have liked to see, will like to see some values applied. And we had 3 that were not in favor. That number remains unchanged from the original draft that you that was presented to you. So many responses. I would suggest that of the people who were asked, are you aware? Everyone was asked, are you aware of the proposal to renew extended patio seating for 2021? 82 said yes. No said 15, and there were 6 who assumed, expected, or read about it. So this is not something that was really news to anyone. Most people were very much aware that this was going to be something to be discussed by council and a decision made. So moving on to that, the yes responses with values added. Again, not much of a change there, but I will state that the trend did continue as I finished up from the draft to the final report. Many people said it creates a warm and welcoming atmosphere in the downtown core. People are looking for more outdoor options. It added significantly to the Jasper vibe. It was done quite well considering the short time frame to get set up and operating. And I will also put a star next to that because you'll see in the suggestions that are coming forward here at the end of my report that that's something that that the chamber is very interested in seeing. Go a step further and close Patricia Street. So for those of you who have lived here for as long as I have, 30 years now, that notion of closing Patricia Street, particularly the 600 block, to just pedestrian traffic during the summer months is certainly something that came up quite often, again, for consideration, not something that's integral to the part of or to this report rather, but more so consideration, plant a seed for the future. There was a request for some additional bike parking downtown, and almost every single business said that they were quite willing to adapt to the greater good. So if it was going to bring people into the downtown core and get some activity down there, some similar to what you had said, Mayor Ireland, about you know, people going in the downtown area that may not otherwise. There was some suggestion that perhaps the 400 block of Patricia be exempt, and that it would only be 500 and 600 block that would be allowed patios, and that would be the 400 block of Patricia, not Connaught. And that was to take consideration for the post office. There's a parking lot there as well, so it might just help to alleviate some of the parking that would be displaced for patio seating. Further, some people said that they did not do it in 2020, but they definitely plan to pursue it in 2021, given the opportunity to have sufficient time to plan it accordingly. One of the most prevalent things that came out of this was that people wanted to see it happen, but they really wanted to see a little bit more in terms of standardized motif. Again, there was some people who commented that it was unsightly, and it was a circus, it was a traveling caravan, it had numerous names that were not really very friendly. So having said that, I'll go into that in a moment. I'm just going to quickly wrap up the section on the people who definitively said no. Servers clearly struggle to walk through the pedestrian traffic to serve tables. So that was one of the things that also then showed up in the suggestions, is that is there a better way to work this out? And that could be not just the geography, but the aesthetics as well that could play a part in that. And if it was to maintain the spread of, or to stop rather, the spread of COVID-19, and that was their only reason, or in one term was used excuse for wanting to have patio / sidewalk seating, that it did fail miserably. And it was, again, often alluded to servers having a hard time getting through the crowds that were going through their areas. Retail, I've had a few people who have changed their mind. They have said no, they didn't want it initially. And many are saying that they're still concerned about damage to merchandise. Could be anything from wind, rain, fading, that type of thing. So they're thinking that if there was potentially a situation where sidewalks could have uniformity in tenting, that would support the reduction in damage potentially to their merchandise, that they may consider, again, willing to adapt to the greater good. So that segues really well into respondents with yes values. These were applied in favor of considering that the people said yes, they want to see it come back, but they would love to see a little bit of tweaking. The major ones were addition of additional parking being designated to mobility challenged or individuals with disabilities. Definitely consider standardization motif. It appeared too random and almost a little bit garish. Who could be the most visible, so to speak, to get people going to their business? In favor of renewal, but absolutely it must be more eye appealing. Many patios were circus-like. Standardize the tent policies, which I've just mentioned. It must be applied to all patios, whatever the decision is. So it should not be random. It should be a little bit more policy set or restriction set. Wholeheartedly support patios, but those businesses need to pay for the space they're adding to their overall square footage. I will say that in my last few days of gathering information, it came to me that perhaps what should be considered is for this initial year that they need to invest in the infrastructure, that there would be some sort of municipal incentive to do so, either a tax break or a tax credit or something to help pay the cost of this infrastructure. But again, time is needed to do that budgeting and that preparation. It's really, really important that time be considered the number one factor here. And it's also another aspect, and that is if people are going to invest in this infrastructure and it is going to have a standardized motif, then it's something that council really needs to consider about how they can support that, and that it would not be just a one-year renewal. I know that this year being a renewal project, it does have to go through the PDAC process. And I just can't imagine that businesses are going to have the resources to support an annual PDAC review. So this would be something that should be looked at for the long term in terms of cost and in terms of resources for paperwork and policy, etc. So enforced parking regulations by bylaw for all designated parking spaces was another trend that we saw, and that was 15-minute zones or 2-hour zones. The boardwalk concept was really, really highly supported. Servers need to be able to get to doing their jobs without maneuvering through pedestrians to street seating using the sidewalk. Some more strict aesthetic tweaking again was another trend. Moving on, I'm almost finished here. So no real benefit to particular business, but this was a comment that was made by somebody whose business was not directly affected, but certainly liked the vibe and liked what it did for the downtown core. So they understand the idea. There was one concern regarding garbage being left behind. Businesses with patios especially should be responsible for making sure their areas are kept litter free. And those areas that are specific, one that was mentioned was the one down by the public washrooms across from the Shell station there. So by that parking lot, a lot of people who took takeaway food ate their food there because they could. There was picnic tables, but did not in any way clean up. They simply walked away from their picnic table, and it started to become a real problem. So that was something that was mentioned several times. Either way, it's a decision that needs to be made ASAP. This individual was in favor, but it needed to be more aesthetically pleasing, and they added please, several question marks and exclamation points. Whatever decision is made needs to happen very quickly to give notice to those who will have to make adjustments. Standardization should still allow for branding. Set a clear and unmovable date for the patios to close and remove their setups. There was also the suggestion that there be some kind of development in a policy with those who have storage requirements for their patio, jersey barriers, or other things that are pertinent, so that they can be stored in the winter months. And again, if you're going to invest, that you be able to reuse them. There were some businesses that were asking whether or not, if this is going to go forward, that there could be some negotiation or discussion with the municipal departments, because they're just physically located in places that have a crosswalk, or they have one of those big planters, and it's virtually impossible for them to set up any kind of patio, though they would definitely be in that business. They are hospitality related. So I would love to see that there be some discussion working with administration and operations to see how that could be done. So that is the summary again of the report. I know you have that in front of you, but I know many may not have seen it already. So I wanted to highlight those reasons. Again, the chamber is happy to provide this statistical and very data-oriented report with those suggestions coming directly from the businesses that were reached. It's for the chamber vitally important that time is of the essence, and we have asked as an organization for a response from council so that businesses have sufficient time to invest, order, and prepare by mid-January. So January 15, 2021 is a date that we've in our internal documentation have set, and hope that something can be decided sooner. And certainly if not, then we would love to see it by mid-January in order that we are able to advise these businesses, because it was make or break for many of them. They will tell you straight out that it made the difference for them. And even businesses that were not directly hospitality oriented definitely need to have some assistance in this regard as well. So the Chamber is strongly advocating for this to be renewed, to consider renewing it for more than 1 year based on the resources required to do an annual revisit. And above all, timing is super important. So I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you. And I'm open for questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mrs. Pavlov, and thank you for all the work put into that report, compiling all the data for us, writing the report and presenting it to us this morning. Questions from councillors? Councillor McGrath.
Well, thank you very much for the report, Mrs. Pavlov, and for all of the time and energy that you and your team put into producing this report. I'm super interested in this, and I'm super interested in diving deeper into this. We had mentioned maybe in the last 4 weeks, the possibility of the Economic Task Force being tasked with some of this, or does council have an appetite to form an ad hoc committee? I think that this requires quite a few hours a week of sitting down and dialing out all of the details. Specifically in regards to the January 15th hope for an answer, I think I'd like to remind both town residents and businesses that this is not in council's jurisdiction, that it is having to go through the PDAC process. So the sooner that we can get to the PDAC table to present to PDAC, it's certainly not something that we can formulate an answer to and have it relied on. It has to go through another process. So I would be happy to put myself forward on an ad hoc committee to put lots of work and energy into this. I have lots of questions. I would like to consider having this included in the 2021 budget, and also have questions for administration on whether most funding could be applied to any revitalization that would need to take place in possible street closures and the costs associated with that. But lots of energy and lots of time needs to go into this. It needs to be equitable for all. Closing the 600 block of Patricia would pose additional challenges as to what about the restaurant that's beside the post office? How is it equitable to them if we don't give them an equal opportunity? And I think that there's lots to consider throughout the entire downtown core, and would like to know if council would support forming a committee for this.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. I will open it to responses to Councillor McGrath's question to council, or questions from councillors to Mrs. Pavlov. Councillor Keller MP.
Thank you, Mrs. Pavlov, for your report. A lot of great information. When you were speaking with the businesses, did you get the feel that people liked the Canmore style that we had proposed with the boardwalk that one business did do, or did you feel that it was more of a shutdown?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Kelleher MP. I definitely had many people refer to the Canmore style, that they quite liked it. I also had, several people also indicate to me that they loved the, what was another word, bohemian style of Jasper, and the vibe that brought, just Jasper doing its thing, so to speak. But I will say that predominantly, yes, it leaned into favorable appearances like Canmore that were wanted. And I do realize that, some of these things that have been requested are budget implications, and that you are in the middle of that process at this time. And it's tough. I totally appreciate that, and business appreciates it as well, and hope that you look at it from their perspective too. Like they're trying to survive. They want to do it in a good way. They want to bring people to the downtown core, and it's not just for their own ends. These hospitality places that generally will be accessing the extended opportunity, are really interested in helping their neighbors that are in retail, and they are working together. So that's something we can be proud of as a community as well. So I know that's a bit add-on, but I wanted to be able to get that out there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Pavlov.
Thank you, Councillor Keller-Hempy. Councillor Butler?
Thanks, Mrs. Pavlov. That clearly has been a lot of work that the Chamber put into this, and it's really valuable information. I'm really happy to see it. From the beginning of the conversation, so many months ago now, it seems years ago, when we started talking about extending sidewalk seating for COVID, I've been really concerned about fairness and equity. And I have been really impressed with the enthusiasm and the creativity with which some businesses have been able to take advantage of the opportunity presented by the street frontage and allowing them to move into the parking area. And it's clearly been very successful for those businesses. And I do appreciate the sense that it has improved the vibe of the community. At the same time, I'm really concerned about one thing that you touched on toward the end of your report, and that is there are numbers of businesses that simply really aren't in a position to take advantage. They're on a corner, they're at a traffic bulb, they have very small street frontage, they're on a second floor, there's just all sorts of reasons, and numbers of businesses that just haven't really found they could take advantage or not very effectively take advantage. And you touched on it, and you said you'd like to think that we could, address that in some way. But I'm wondering if your organization has had any thoughts or insights into what that might look like. Because council has already heard from a couple of businesses who are frustrated by their relative inability compared to some other businesses to take advantage. Do you have any thoughts for us about what a little bit more equitable solution might look like?
Thank
And
you.
Close off with just thanking you again for all the information.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Similar to what Councillor McGrath has stated, I think there is a lot of discussion that needs to happen around those things and those businesses specifically that have issues. Some of them are as simple as having one of those massive planters that's located right outside their business that would make a huge difference if it was not there, or if it was, moved to another location. So there are definitely some suggestions coming directly from the businesses. I would be very interested in working with Councillor McGrath, as she's putting her name out there, to discuss with the businesses, form a committee that have like-mindedness. Some of those would obviously be consulted that are in an awkward geographical position in those areas, and see what we can do. I don't pretend to know everything that how administration or operations works with the establishment of everything from planners to bike racks to crosswalks, those kinds of things. So I feel very strongly that they would need to be a part of that conversation right from the very beginning. I don't know if that answered your question at all, Councillor Butler, but it's something I feel needs further discussion.
Councillor Butler, do I see your hand again? Go ahead.
Yes, thanks. I'll just follow up. And I guess I would like to express the view that with respect to the idea of forming committees or how that conversation might be had, that honestly, I feel like we have the Chamber of Commerce, we have Jasper Tourism, we have the Jasper Partnership Initiative, which has also essentially been meeting as a recovery committee. And I think we have the wherewithal there to come up with ideas and potential solutions, and to really hash through some of those conversations and come back to council with ideas. I'm hesitant to get on board with the idea of some sort of a council committee. I don't think councillors are as in touch with the issues as the business community itself and your organization and the Jasper Partnership Initiative, just for example. So I'm not sure a new or different committee would be honestly as effective as looking at the contributing organizations that we already have in place to look at some of these questions and come back with further recommendations. Thank you.
If I may
Thank you,
respond,
Councillor.
Mayor Ireland?
I'm sorry, someone spoke and I didn't hear. Was that Mrs. Pavlov?
Yes, apologies. If I may respond, I totally agree with Councillor Butler. The Jasper Partnership Initiative is an amazing vehicle to work, so is the to work through, as well as the Economic Recovery Task Force. I see them being integral to this process, this discussion process, and especially now that we know that PDAC has to go back into it. So perhaps I worded it incorrectly by saying the formation of a committee. You are very right, Mr. Butler. We do have organizations already in play who are in touch and have the powers that need to be included in the thoughts of how things can progress. So absolutely, and I'm more than willing to take that to the partnership initiative in the very next opportunity that they're meeting, I believe January. But I will email everyone prior to that because we are again looking at time being of the essence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Pavlov. Councillor Journeau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Pavlov, for your report. I was wondering, like one of the things we talked about in the sidewalk seating was because of COVID, but one of the things that COVID requires was social distancing. And in around those areas, it appeared the social distancing was not adequate. I would propose, and that you would like you to consider that with your members, is that we consider, if we're going to approve it, that the sidewalk seating will be with the boardwalk type of plan that we had, that had been designed by the engineer firm that the municipality hired. And I'm wondering what the response would be. Like, did you discuss this at all in your survey with the businesses, those 9 restaurants? If we were to approve it on that basis, what would be the response? Because I do believe strongly that we should be following the motif that was provided for those things. And I think the public does that too. You get a lot of comments about conflicts with servers and so on and so forth. So can I have your opinion or response on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Journeau. I can tell you that overwhelmingly the businesses that would be accessing the opportunity to have seating were more than willing to go with whatever municipal policy was set. And if it's boardwalks, it's boardwalks. But they did want sufficient time, and they were hoping that for the initial investment, there would be a little bit of assistance coming from the municipality to offset some of those costs rather, in terms of the infrastructure that they would need to purchase. And that it would, again, the thought of putting it for more than just 1 year at this stage would be an important factor. But there was no one who said to me that they would not be willing to build the boardwalk at all. In fact, most of the businesses I talked to spoke specifically to the one business that did build one and thought it was lovely, well done, well constructed, and very appropriate.
Thank you for that. May I have another question, please?
You may, and then followed by Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Secondly, you spoke about the closing of Patricia Street. And was that, I guess my question is, was that in the survey at all?
That direct question was not, but it was a comment that came up in general conversation when we were talking about the cost involved with renewing, not just renewing, sorry, but with infrastructure. And it also came up as a sort of long-standing thing that has been discussed off and on over many years. So not a specific question. It was not included in the survey in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Pavlov. Councillor Journeau. Councillor Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you. In my opinion, I think this has got to be a twofold approach. I think we are under a tight timeline, and I think coming into 2021, I think we've got to allow businesses to do what works for them. So if the approach was seating in the parking lane, go back and do the seating in the parking lane. If your preference was a boardwalk, or if your preference will be a boardwalk, do a boardwalk. But I don't think that we can commit to having all the answers by the time the businesses need to be prepared for the coming season. I do support Councillor McGrath's suggestion that a lot of more discussion needs to be had, but all of that discussion, if we were going to be moving forward to permanent patio seating, all of those discussions need to happen. But I think for the coming season, 2021 is going to be upon us immediately, and we have to give the businesses all the opportunity to do whatever works for them this season, this COVID season. And then going forward, we can put stricter guidelines in place, but that's going to be a work in progress. And we're kidding ourselves if we think we're going to be there by the appropriate timeline. So I think we have to put forward something very similar to what we supported last spring. Get it approved by PDAC. Let businesses plan and design their patios in their opinion, what's going to work best for them for another season. And in the background, we start working on permanent guidelines and motif.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I will say that I have not had an extensive amount of work with PDAC, so I'm not familiar with what types of things they will ask. I certainly am more than willing, as is JPCC, to approach PDAC, find out what needs to be standardized, if anything, because I'm sure that they will have their standards that they will require. And then again, with what you're saying, meet those standards, but let people do what they need to do to get this season underway. So if council will accept it, we are offering resources to assist with any conversations that need to be happening with PDAC.
Can I say one thing further? There is talk about the municipality supporting costs of patios. I don't think I do support that. I think if the businesses are willing to or wanting to partake in the opportunity, I think the cost should be bared by them. That being said, I think we should have clear direction for coming seasons, not this one in particular, but for coming seasons, where they can commit to spending more money on their patios. And I clearly see that I wouldn't put a huge amount of money into my patio unless I know that I was going to be able to use it year after year. So we as council have to make those decisions in the coming year, but I don't think we can make those that quickly.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I don't see other hands at this time. I had a couple of comments, Mrs. Pavlov, and not directed at you or the report, but arising from it. I just wanted to touch upon one of the comments that you highlighted, where the suggestion was that if the reason for the opportunity was to maintain or stop the spread of COVID, it failed miserably. In fact, however, I would suggest that the reason for the initiative was to give every opportunity for businesses in our community to survive COVID in a way that allowed them to move their business outside in a fashion that did not further compromise the spread of COVID. So from my perspective, and I think the report suggests the same, that in fact it was spectacularly successful. Given the short time frames, it seems that we have an approval rate of somewhere around 85%, which I think is spectacular. And there is no evidence that the expansion created any outbreak of COVID in our community during the time that it was extant. In fact, we had a very secure summer with more business than had been anticipated. Still not to the levels that all businesses will survive, but the intent from the outset was that council provide additional opportunities for business to survive. And in that respect, I think it worked well. There is another comment about designated parking, mobility challenges with need for access to a particular business that's not identified. But I would certainly suggest that if there is a business out there that is struggling because of a lack of designated parking for those with mobility needs, that is something that council can address. And so I encourage that business owner to get in touch with administration. We certainly did not eliminate any mobility designated parking in this initiative, and would not. And if there is a need for adding stalls, I'm sure that's something that can be looked at from administration's perspective. With those two comments, I turn to the question posed by Councillor McGrath. And although we do have an economic recovery task force that is operating, we do have the Jasper Partnership Initiative, it does occur to me that both of those are populated with representatives of organizations. And I think for this initiative, we would all benefit from more involvement from particular business operators. So either one of those groups might be appropriate to spearhead this, but I do think there could well be a need to bring in some individual business owners with a perspective, because we will not see every issue. And I do agree with Councillor Wilson that it is not a case of one size fits all. So perhaps equity demands that businesses be permitted to do what works for that business to the extent that we can allow it. But in any event, I think we need to hear more from particular businesses. And I wonder whether the initiative that Councillor Keller-Harenthy raised earlier, the downtown revitalization project, if that has more individual business representation than organizational representation, that might also be a vehicle that we could use. Again, regardless of all of that, my preference, and it's only a suggestion at this point, is that council approve in principle the extension of the program as quickly as possible, and then delegate administration to work with all necessary parties, and that could include organizations such as the Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce, of course, Tourism Jasper, Parks Canada, because it does become a PDAC issue, but impacted businesses on both sides of the equation to flesh out the details that we will need to move forward. But at the earliest date, give some indication to the community where we stand in principle. Those are my comments. Thank you. Councillor Keller-Harenthy.
Maybe to move the initiative forward, maybe we could work with the chamber and maybe Community Futures to have a town hall meeting of all the downtown businesses and get their ideas going forward.
I saw a nod from Councillor McGrath. Councillor Butler, I saw your hand, and then Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, and I agree with Councillor Keller-Harenthy. I don't think there's an organization better positioned to get that kind of input and formulate further recommendations than the chamber. I think the work that has been done to date is really helpful, and Mrs. Pavlov stated her willingness to maybe take it a step further and finesse some recommendations around some of the issues that have been raised today. I also am more than happy myself, just speaking for myself, to weigh in with overall support of the idea of re-implementing the program again for 2021. I think we have little choice. I, like Councillor Journeau, I don't particularly like the format of the parking areas being used with the step down from the sidewalk, and I am concerned about the implications of that. But the fact is that we as council approved that, and we have it because we made that decision. So we can't, if we're going to extend the program for another year, we can't pivot and now force businesses to go a different direction. If we want to discuss a longer term solution for further sidewalk seating in the community, I think that is a whole different conversation that has to be held separately and differently, like Councillor Wilson said. But I'm in support, in principle, of extending what we did last year into next year, because it looks like COVID will be with us for the next tourist season.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. I too support moving forward with an initiative that looks very similar to the summer of 2020, but I would like to have consideration to taking it further and making it a little bit better. Let's talk about the businesses that front onto a crosswalk that have no opportunity in front of them on their sidewalk nor in their parking spots to do anything, and therefore are losing customers to the business next door to them that customers will naturally gravitate towards. I believe that equity as council's main priority is really, really important in this scenario. And I support the ideas presented by Councillor Keller-Empey and moving the conversation to the Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce with the Community Futures representation around the table. I think it would also be valuable to have municipal administration around the table so that they can bring recommendations forward to council from an administrative lens, as well as having some representation from Parks Canada around the table to potentially, as they have been involved in all of our housing conversations. If there's problems noticed early on in the stage, it's important to have the land use and planning lens at the idea building stage. And I think that the more time we invest in this in the very near future, the better outcome that we'll have for the summer of 2021.
It sounded to me that there was a growing consensus or a confirmed consensus, I suppose, to continue. Is it then the position of council as a whole that administration be directed to engage with representatives from Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce and other groups if they are willing? That is, we cannot require anyone to be part of this, but Community Futures West Yellowhead, Parks Canada, Tourism Jasper, and sort out a path forward, whether that includes a town hall as suggested by Councillor Keller-Empey, perhaps, but then also further engagement with individual business owners, but at least indicate as of today that council is supportive of a continuation with modifications as to be brought forward for approval by council from the assigned group. Is that where we're at today? I see nods, and Councillor Demota.
Well, I was just going to ask, it just sounded like you named the COVID recovery task force members.
Potentially, but they would have to agree. But also, I do want to, from my perspective at least, indicate what I perceive as a need for some individual business representation rather than just representation from organizations, which is essentially not only the economic task force, but every other group, including the partnership initiative. It is peopled by representatives of organization, and I think we need some direct business input is my particular view. But in any event,
and it's a move in a good direction. So thanks.
Mr. Greathead, I saw nods generally around the table. Does that give you sufficient direction for administration to begin the process of engagement with other groups to get some detailed recommendations for council on the specifics of moving forward with a continuation? And I will say again, although it is presented as patio seating, the intent initially was that businesses were allowed to take advantage of outdoor spaces. It was not limited to restaurants and patio seating, and I think that is still the intent, although other businesses did not jump at that opportunity. But is there enough direction for you now, sir?
Your worship, if I can just add maybe a few points of clarity here to this conversation. It was cited that the garden boxes and the bicycle racks had become a problem for some of the business owners. Whenever operations was approached to relocate them or move them, we did. And I believe that we only had maybe 3 requests overall out of all the patio seating that had been done. Administratively, I do get comments from differing types of business as opposed to hospitality and business or restaurant businesses, that there is a bit of an imbalance, that there was a move to, protect one segment, but there isn't an offset for the other businesses. So that's something that's really arising. And I think that as we go through this, we need to be very cautious of this. And the PDAC approval, we're going to have to get that into parks before the new year. It really can't wait. So administration can work with any group that's involved. But however, we did have a report, it had been submitted to council for consideration. And one of the items that we had brought up was that maybe we renew this pilot program for 5 years, for a 5-year term. And that way we give the businesses a chance to invest in it, but go back towards the original design that was proposed by administration. So that would go back to some of the value-added comments about the standardization, the look, the motif of Jasper. So I'm just not sure how we're going to proceed with this. I get the intent that, there's something that we as a community want to make happen, and we need to get it done quick. But I'm still not sure, how we're going to engage them, who's going to be responsible for the ultimate decision, preparation of documents for council's consideration. And so I think we need some more fleshing out of kind of the terms of reference almost on this.
Thank you, Mr. Greathead. I appreciate those comments. Councillor Demota?
I've heard references a couple of times to PDAC approval, and I'm still sometimes a little gray in understanding the whole process. From what I understand of PDAC is that they're an advisory committee, and they make their recommendations to Parks Canada on reviewing information. So I don't know to what level approval means, but I think we have an opportunity to work with, a broad range of agencies and businesses, as well as with our administration to come up with something viable for the future. And if a multi-year pilot project is an idea, then that might be a good one. But I think that we need to get moving on it and kind of have a firm understanding on the entire process collectively too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Well, we may be at a bit of a standstill. The direction that I had suggested is perhaps insufficient for administration actually to work with. Councillor McGrath.
I do think that there's a lot more conversation that needs to be had, and perhaps before we consult PDAC. I'm wondering if our relationship with Parks Canada would grant us one more summer without going through the formalities of the full process, such as 2020 was, and that gives us another full calendar year to formalize a long-term plan, say a 5-year plan with Parks Canada. Specifically noting things like if we continue on as normal, as we did this year, there's still inequities. And there's still people that will be left behind. And that doesn't feel super comfortable to me. So the bigger picture and the bigger conversation, I believe it does have a lot to do with possible closures of roadways and what that looks like. But that will require quite elaborate community consultation and many, many discussions with various stakeholders in the community to even be a consideration. And that will take so much time. So I'm wondering if we have the relationship ability to go back to Parks Canada and have a conversation around what 2021 could look like without going through a formal PDAC process, if there's that possibility.
Certainly a question that could be posed to Parks Canada if there was an extension. I would presume that would mean an extension on the same terms rather than different terms, but it's a question that could be posed. Councillor Butler.
I guess I'm finding myself a little confused, and just picking up on what Councillor McGrath just said. I think that what we're notionally, or at least in principle, agreeing to here is an extension into next year of what we did last year. We accomplished that last spring in about, in no time at all, in a matter of days. So I'm confused why we would need to have this in front of PDAC before the end of the year if our intent is to essentially allow what we've allowed in the past. And as for myself, any conversation about the sidewalk seating program that goes beyond next year and is really intended to address the COVID situation is going to require a lot of discussion. Mr. Great had mentioned, the idea of a 5-year program. We would have to have a lot of conversation about what that looks like. We just are not going to have that conversation in the next few weeks, or I don't even know if we can have it in the next couple of months. I think council should agree that we're going to allow a very similar program to what we allowed last year, with all of its benefits and all of its flaws, because it worked well enough for one season. It'll work another season. And I think we should move forward with that. And then a conversation around a longer term scenario will have to come in due course. But we have other things we need to get out of the way sooner rather than later, most notably budget conversations. So keep it simple for the time being is my view.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. My understanding of what happened last season was a one-off, and it was a fairly urgent scenario that was granted to us through Parks Canada, them agreeing to it as a one-time thing. So I believe that we would need Parks Canada permission to continue even what we did last year, last summer, is the level of understanding that I have with the project and that we were told from our previous CAO.
All right, thank you for that. I find that I share the view expressed by Councillor Butler to a large extent. That is, looking at this as a 5-year program will take extensive discussions. I think, as I said earlier, we did have quite phenomenal success given the intent of the program for this past summer. But one of the hallmarks of our approach early in the year was adaptability and flexibility. And that is why we were able to change from the initial concept of walkarounds to allow us something else. And that too is based on equity, because not all businesses have that store frontage sidewalk area that they can use. And so to achieve equity, we had to find a different solution, and we made that change, I thought, quite nimbly. There are still lessons to be learned as we progress, but if we maintain a program as we had it this year, with the expectation that changes can be made as issues arise, we can still be adaptable and flexible to the needs of business. And again, we can leave it to business to tell us how they are impacted and how equity is affected in their particular case, and then be responsive. So if we are looking at a continuation, I do think that Councillor McGrath might be right, that we could get an early indication from Parks Canada that if it is essentially the same thing as last year, we should not have long timelines or obstacles confront us. So I would be prepared now to proceed on the same basis as last year, recognizing that the intent last year was to be adaptable and flexible as issues confronted us, and allow Mr. Greathead and his really responsive team and bylaw to address those issues as they did in the first year, and I think very successfully. Councillor Kelleher.
I agree with you, Mayor Ireland and Councillor Butler. I think we should just move with last year's this past summer's scenario and ask Parks Canada if we have to, were they okay, and let's move on. And the 5-year process we started, and have a lot of conversations both with residents and community over the next couple of months and go from there. But you know, the restaurants and the retailers that want to participate need to know, and in order for us to get going, the sooner we make a decision, the better.
Might I suggest that at our next meeting, we present a motion? If someone can configure one, it would be similar to the motion that we had, I think, in the spring. From what I hear, there seems to be at least a majority of councillors prepared to move forward, and perhaps a motion with some clarity about what we intend would be appropriate. We can use today, I think, as a bit of notice, although there has been lots of notice that this is coming in any event. So I don't think we have to deal with a notice provision, but it gives us another couple of weeks to sort out in our own minds what exactly we are each prepared to support. But a decision would then be made in this calendar year, and businesses would know what to expect in the coming year, and they could plan accordingly. Councillor Chernow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just trying to provide some direction or comment. Would we as a council be prepared to say, yes, we'll approve this for, let's say, 3 years, but that it all be boardwalk seating? Because the comments that we got from Mrs. Pavlov was that, yeah, the restaurants will do anything. Sidewalk seating is one of the ways in which you can reach more businesses. A clothing store is not likely going to put clothing on the parking area, but if you had sidewalk, if everybody was doing boardwalk, sorry, they could create a little kiosk area in front, which is secure for them. Whereas, unlike a restaurant, they have people come in and go all the time. A clothing store would not have those people. So I think if we want to talk about fairness and equity and reaching out, I think we should insist or consideration that all of this extended seating would be by way of a boardwalk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chernow. Well, we have had a long discussion and a very thorough report from Mrs. Pavlov and the Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce. I am going to suggest that we conclude this portion of the agenda with an expectation that someone will have a motion that they can present to council at our next meeting. And it was, of course, it's open for debate. And I will use that opportunity to comment about Councillor Journeau's most recent remarks. But I think we do owe it to the community to make a decision. We have indicated that we would as early as possible. We've had thorough discussion and we perhaps need to ruminate on that a bit, but I'm going to propose that we table the discussion for today, have it back on the agenda, and I hope with a motion 2 weeks hence, and we can resolve it. And seeing, I'm sorry, Councillor Butler. Oh, that was a thumbs up, Councillor Journeau. That's fine. All right, thank you then. I am going to say that we have concluded discussion on agenda item 4.2. Mrs. Pavlov, thank you again. If you have any concluding comments, I will welcome those, but I trust that you understand where we've got to, and we very much appreciate all the work that you put into this to help us along.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland and Council. I am anxious to proceed with discussions, and certainly the Chamber, as I noted, is quite happy to invest resources in this issue for businesses in Jasper and the downtown core. Thank you for the opportunity again, and I look forward to 2 weeks.
Thank you. Moving then to agenda item 5, is there any business arising from the previous minutes? If not, there are no department reports indicated under agenda item 6. There are no bylaws for consideration today, which takes us to agenda item 8. And before we commence on that, I think this would be an appropriate time to call a brief comfort break. So I will declare a recess. I have now 11:02, so we will reconvene at 11:10. I will see you all back at that time. Thank you. A couple of others are back. And it appears so. All right, thank you all. We are at agenda item 8.1, request for decision regarding utility fees. Mr. Greathead.
Good morning again, Your Worship and Council. Following the discussions of the last 4 weeks, we were tasked to bring back the projected rates using option 1B and 2A. And then we also had heard some comments as well of the increase mentioned in 1B and broken out into how it would work into 2 as a 2B, because we wanted to keep the structure of the tiers with a modest raise in our rates, and not having the tier rates structured so that all the tiers are similar, and that this would be more of an informative year and letting businesses know that if they could project that. We were also asked to run some sample bills. Unfortunately, I was sent off last week for home isolation and was not able to complete that work on the sample bills. So that part is still missing. But what we have here presented in the last page of this report is your option 1B, which is just a flat rate or a flat billing system, as well as a service fee for the size of connection. Same with 2A, that shows the tiers, and that's at the current rate. And then 2B shows at a proposed rate of $1.71 per cubic meter for water and $2.62 per cubic meter of sewage. And so that's where we're sitting.
Thank you, Mr. Greathead. And I will say that you look well. I hope that you're feeling well.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Isolation didn't cause any problems for you, and you weren't there because of illness, so appreciate that. I have one very general question before I open it to council. In the recommendation, the first of the recommendations, that council direct administration to use a blank consumption rate. What are you anticipating might be in that blank? Give me the choice of words that you would anticipate.
Sir, for this one, that council direct administration to use one of the samples that we've provided. So either that we've honed in on. So option 1B, 2A, or 2B in that first line. And if we're still apart on that, then the second recommendation, use an amount and the blank to gear towards which revenue you want us to seek and to adjust the rates accordingly to that. So we could hybridize, but I would still like to actually use both recommendations. If we're not going use, say for example, option 2B, and that could be used 2B as the consumption rate in the development for our utility fees bylaw, but then you can also pin us to a projected revenue. So then we can adjust that somewhere in between the dollar. Like if I heard council say last week that they were looking somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million. Obviously administration is pushing for the higher number, but I heard 750,000 come up. So we could hybridize 2B and drop those rates a little bit and then be able to come back with a final number next week. So that might come back into $1.61 per cubic meter and say 255 or something to that effect, to get that $750,000 towards revenues or to reserves for next year. So those two options are presented in there for that consideration. But ideally, we would like to choose a rate structure at this point, ideally with tiers from administration's point of view. And then as well, council has the option of setting the dollar amount that you're asking us to target for contributions to reserves.
All right.
If I might get in there, this is Christine. I drafted those resolutions, and the intent for the first one is tiered or flat is what we need to know from council. And that's where immediately below the two bullets in the recommendation, administration's recommendation is there for those two items. So we are recommending a tiered consumption rate and an additional revenue per annum amount of 1 million as outlined in that recommendation there. And then under options are council's opportunities to vary from that. So that's the information we need to prepare a bylaw. And
right,
we are asking for formal direction by motion so we can then go and draft that bylaw. And I would suggest that when and how this comes back to council is for first and second reading of a bylaw. Now, those two bullets present the type of consumption rate and the additional revenue per annum. Now, there's perhaps variances that need to be clarified further around what is part of the base rate, or there's some fiscal information that may not be captured in those two motions, which is open for council discussion as well. But at this point, we need clear direction for bylaw drafting is the intent. Thank you.
Thank you. And that addresses specifically the question I had. And so just for clarity though, on the first bullet, is it necessary from your perspective that council direct administration to use, do we need the words a base rate combined with a tiered consumption rate? Because that is what we have been talking about, I think. And so as council works out what motion it will pass today, is it necessary to include both base rate and tiered consumption rate, if that is where council lands?
It'd be good to have that clarification included in a motion, but I would suggest that we are working under the assumption that the base rate direction has been strongly provided already. But having that said, documenting it in a motion would be a smart move.
All right, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Greathead. Councillors. Councillor Demota.
Thank you. I realize that, you know, this has been a month or 4 weeks in the making as far as the discussion goes. I would like to defer decision. I know it's up a request for a decision today, and we need to get this going as soon as possible. But I'd like to defer this to our next regular meeting so that we may have the people or groups that are most affected by this have a little bit more time to absorb and analyze what may be coming forward. I think that I don't want to say that it's been 20 years of mismanagement, but there's been 20 years of our utilities that may have not have been addressed with the opportunities that were there, and now that we're going to try to achieve rectifying this in a short amount of time. Still takes a little bit of contemplation and I think feedback, and I think we need to elicit feedback from, again, those most affected, and have some conversations with those groups, and I'm trying to invite as many people forward to be part of the discussion and give us feedback where necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Councillor Keller-Hrenty.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Mr. Greathead. Mr. Greathead, I know I've asked this again, but I'm just trying to get my head around it. You know, this needs to be fair and equitable to all. So outside businesses outside of the town, are they on their own water wells and we're just charging them for sewage, or is that just the campgrounds? Can you clarify that for me?
Your worship, to speak to Councillor Keller MP's question, there is a mix. A lot of our supply is trucked sewage as well. So those feed some of the resorts out on Patricia and Pyramid Lake Road, as well as the camps. I believe the camps have their own water wells, but they tie into our sewage. We also receive sewage from many outside agencies or operations. Icefield Parkway, that comes by truck sewage. Marmot Basin Ski Resort, they have a lagoon there that comes down, and that is, truck sewage as well. So there's a blend of that. We are going to be bringing back at some point increases for the truck sewage, but I don't think we'll have the capacity to get it formatted and through for this year. And I think that's something that we're going to have an eye on, working towards that for further years. The rate, for truck sewage, the truck sewage is very costly to treat, and to when we get a load of the sewage, because of the problems we're having with the centrifuge, we're actually spending about 6 hours manual operator time to treat a load of sewage off of a truck, and we recover $60 a truck. So we're not even coming close to breaking even on those. There's an awful lot of inequities that we're trying to adjust, and we're just getting a handle on. We've been working with our operator at the wastewater treatment plant to highlight those concerns and figure out what the real true costs are, but we weren't there for this year to get that into the budget.
This is where I have a problem with this. If we're being fair to all our businesses and residents in town, but we have outside areas that are getting trucked sewage for way less, that to me is a little unfair. So with Whistler Campground or Wapiti Campground, does their sewage come by truck or is that through line?
From Whistler's, it comes through a line.
Okay, so would they be part of this tiered for sewage?
Yes, there would be.
Okay, and what about Wapiti then? Is that trucked?
I'm not sure on that one. I would have to look into that. I haven't specifically looked at each and every site out there.
Okay, so what about the outside like areas like Alpine Village, Takara, all of those? Are they all on their own wells and being trucked, or are they all part of lines?
The 93A resorts are part of our sewage lines, so they tag into the sewage lines for parks, I believe, and then that comes through to.
So they'd be on the tiered system then if we went tiered.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Greathead.
Thank you, Councillor Keller-Hempy and Mr. Greathead. In the absence of seeing other hands, oh, there's Councillor Butler. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a few questions, so I hope to be able to sort of ask them sequentially. I don't mean to take up undue time. These are questions around clarity and understanding the models. So, Mr. Greathead, or Ms. Melanchuk, my first question is, I'm looking at the operations budget, proposed budget, and I'm seeing that for 2021, under utility revenue, about $5.5 million in combined utilities revenue for water and sanitary proposed for 2021. And what I'd like to understand is what model, what revenue model is assumed in that number. So we're showing $5.5 million in income for 2021. But I don't know how to relate that to the models that we're presented with in this request for decision. So I'm having a hard time understanding how our decision on this RFD will affect the proposed budget. So that's my first question.
Mrs. Melanchuk, I see you've unmuted, so go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. To answer the question on the table, there is no model assumption. It is just based on the needs that have been put through the budget. Now, that is where the recommendation of the dollar value comes from in the RFD. How we get there is the other part of it. Now, the dollar amount is suggested off of all requests, being that there are requests in staffing, for example, as well as reserves. But council could have the option of deciding how that money would be allocated, whether it just be to reserves, whether it be to reserves and staffing as requested or whatnot. The lower amounts, it would just have to, the option, giving just over $500,000 extra would then, we would have to, council would have to go through the process of deciding where that money would be allocated within the budget as well. That's how I'm seeing it at the moment. And just to also, while I have the mic, just so that it's clear, there is some projections on the spreadsheet under the base and flat rate consumption, as well as a base and tiered consumption, on the potential scenarios of what the clients might be paying per every 2-month billing cycle. So based on an average consumption, just so that that's clear as well, that it's being provided within those charts on the table.
May I continue?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Butler.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I am more confused. I'm looking at page 27 of our budget, of the proposed budget, and there are utilities revenue numbers projected there. And I'm noticing, in fact, that the 2021 sanitary sewer revenue number of $2.9 million is $1 million lower than the approved number for 2020. While the water number is a little bit higher, $200,000 higher. I assume there are some assumptions built into those revenue numbers. You can't have just, manufactured them. There must have been some assumptions. And I'm just trying to understand what those assumptions are relative to what we're looking at in this RFD. So maybe another way to ask this is, can you explain the $2.9 million anticipated in the proposed budget for sanitary sewer? And can you explain the $1.5 million proposed for water revenue?
Yes, Your Worship, through to Councillor Butler. The differences that you see in the amounts of, say, revenue and expenses, one being lower, say, than the 2020 year, would be the transfer of reserves related to RMR and capital. So that's what changes those numbers. I am not liking this process whatsoever. I don't like presenting it this way. I think that we might want to look at a different option going forward, because I think that it's confusing more people than aiding. And to answer the second part of the question with water and sewer, now there are salary increases requested, and we went over those by exactly in the budget presentation. So there was terms in summer for water, compliance officer, and wage increases. There was an offset by decrease in contracted services by 40,000, to give you an example. Now, in sanitation, and then we were looking at including the salaries on water, $192,444 to reserves. An additional amount transfers to reserves in water. Sanitation, there was additional staffing requests, all in all, equating to $75,000 increase. And then it was an additional $300,000 that was contributed to reserves. Now there's also some other things that I alluded to in sanitation on the night of the budget presentations. And that is that within the debenture also in sanitation, that there's some impact within that. So there's debenture payments equating to $214,440.
Okay, yeah.
So there's many ins and outs, but the number is where I need to, as Ms. Nadon had alluded to earlier, the figure is what I need to make the bylaw go through and make it work. How we get there, whether it's based on a flat consumption or a tiered consumption, is all part and parcel of the work that has to happen to make the bylaw work.
Okay, so I think I can extract from what you read, because the thing is, I'm looking at revenue numbers and you're answering my question with essentially expenses. But I think I now understand that what you've really done there is, and I think I see why, you've estimated expenses based on the requests that Mr. Greathead has put forward and so on, the new positions and so on. And really you've just created a revenue number to cover that within the budget for conversation purposes. So that $4.5 million of combined water and sanitary revenue is really just a number pegged to meet the anticipated expenses for the time being. And if we came up with a higher number, a higher income, that would bolster obviously our reserves.
Yes, Your Worship, through to Councillor Butler, that is completely correct. because utilities are the revenue has to equal the expense. That is where you see the revenue equating the expense in the equation.
Okay. All right, Your Worship, I do have some other questions, but I don't want to overstay my welcome here. You can come back to me, or I can carry on if other councillors have questions.
I have Councillor Demoda in line, but I think if your questions are related, I'm content to entertain them now. Go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. The next couple of questions are probably, well, I think I only have two more, are probably for Mr. Greathead. So Mr. Greathead, in the RFD and looking at all the models that you've provided, so down to the last page of the RFD, I'm looking at the base rates, so $30, $93, $225, $325 related to the various connection sizes. I understand the principle. What I want to understand is the rationalization for those particular numbers. I'm just wondering how you came up with 30 and 93 and those amounts of stepping up. Was there some, mathematical formula there, or to look at those particular incremental increases? So for example, there's quite a bit more of an increase between the 93 and the 225 than there is relative to the 225 and the 325. So I'm just wondering why those amounts. Is there some particular rationalization behind those particular amounts?
Your Worship, to speak to Councillor Butler's question, we compared those with comparable communities, average rates of what is being charged by community. With those rates, we were looking to make sure that we cover the cost of the meters as well as some of the overhead and staff, particularly the billing clerk and utilities manager, to fund those positions. Now, the rationale why they're split so hard or so differently is the difference between a 5/8 inch meter. They usually go between 480 to 520 to 540 for the smaller meters. But if you're looking into getting into a 3-inch meter, you can be at $4,500 for those meters. And all the meters have a lifespan, so they do wear out. They don't just go forever. They need to be replaced about every 5 to 10 years to make sure that we're not suffering from loss of billing ability. As the meters age, they do tend to wear out. The impellers don't spin as effectively, and we noticed that with about anywhere from a 5 to a 7 year meter, we're already experiencing 10% reading loss quite often. So that's the rationale for why the larger meters and the larger connection sizes are charged at a higher rate, and that also reflects the infrastructure that we put up to the property and invest in the development to make sure that they have the water supply that their buildings are designed for and what they need. So that's what the rationale is on that.
Well, thank you. And again, I do understand the rationale for stepping the numbers up. I guess what surprises me in a way is that they don't step up more. From the lowest level to from 30 to 90, it triples. From 93 to 225, a little better than doubles, and then 225, it's really it increases by only half. So I just wondered, but you told me you've compared to other communities, so that's part of it. I guess I completely agree in principle. I would just like to be assured that there is some rationale to the numbers that are chosen. Because once we start with this, it will be hard to adjust those numbers significantly. So I would like to feel that we are where we need to be there. Not that things can't change, but I hope those numbers are truly reflective of what would seem to make sense. But I understand the answer. Thank you. So my last question for the time being anyway is on both of the options where we're looking at tiered rate consumption 2A and 2B. You've shown, and I realize these are primarily for examples, tiered consumption rate 0 to 35, 36 to 100, and so on. I would like to have some understanding of the number of clients, the number of accounts that fit into those numbers. I assume you know that because you have extrapolated those numbers to come up with the $1,013,000, for example, in 2B of additional revenue. But I'd like to have some idea, even if it's just a total rough ballpark idea, of how many accounts or users would fit into the lowest tier, the medium tier, the next highest tier, and the top tier. Is it possible, even if you don't have that information right at hand, that we could know that? And the reason I'm asking is I think it's probably fairly obvious that there are many, many more users at the low end of that tiering structure than there would be at the high end. And I'd like to have some sense of how that looks across the community.
Your Worship, I can get that number. The numbers, the projections there were based on averages that we see through small, medium, large, and extra large users. So that was kind of a ballpark, and I can go into the actual billing and get find out what our accounts are coming at for that, and I can get that for you for next meeting. I don't have it readily available right now. And I also just want to mention that the tiering, the user fee or the account fee that we're looking at, the 30, 93, 225, 325, those actually we've rounded them, significantly reduced those. When we first brought this forward, our numbers were a fair bit higher and they were more accurate, but we did adjust on those rates following the discussions we were having with council, just to make sure that it wasn't seen as excessive as was thought at first. So those rates, we've already kind of reduced them more significantly than we would have than we had originally proposed.
Oh, I'm surprised at that. I don't recall that there was really pushback from the idea of base rate by meter size. Certainly there's been pushback on the tiering idea. But anyway, to be clear on my question about the number of accounts in those areas, I am not particularly worried about the average numbers, the average cubes that are, the 20, the 53, the 210. I'm kind of just interested in how many you've suggested 4 tiers, and I'd like some idea of how many users would fit into those 4 tiers. Roughly, I realize you couldn't possibly give me a firm answer because people's consumption changes over time. So just so we're clear on what I'm asking, and yeah, I'm happy to wait for the answer, but it will help me to get my head around where my support lies with respect to these models. So that's all the questions I have at the moment, Your Worship. Thank you.
Your Worship, I see Ms. Malinchuk is also unmuted. I think she has to has some to add on to this.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead, Mrs. Malinchuk.
Yes, thank you. I do have those records actually in front of me. So first tier is around 860 records or counts. Second tier is 385, 96 for third tier, and 53 for fourth tier. So that is pulling off of records for a 2-month period. So not it wouldn't be the same every 2 months, but approximately that's what we have.
Yeah, of course it wouldn't be, and that is, thank you, that's great. That's exactly what I was hoping to hear, and now I have no outstanding questions. Thank you very much, Mrs. Malinchuk.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you very much for having such immediate access to those particulars. Councillor Demota, you were next.
Yeah, thank you for acknowledging me. Through you to Mr. Greathead. Sorry if I missed this earlier. Actually, I want to start off by thanking you and your team for getting this into the detail that it is. I had often touted in the past and on past councils that we needed to get more people with expertise in certain fields, within our administration and operations. But in doing so, we will uncover some efficiencies that maybe have lapsed over the years, and rectifying those are going to come at a cost. So I acknowledge that this is part of your greater wheelhouse, and I appreciate the work that you and your team have done to help us look at what our future needs to be. And I can't thank you enough for the level of detail that's been presented to us. So yeah, it might be bleak to some, but at the same time, we need to get this done so that we know how to get out of the hole that we're in, right? So thank you for that. Next, I would just like to ask some questions if I missed it. How are the campgrounds and maybe outlying properties outside of the town boundary metered for water? And you explained the sewer part, and I might have missed the metering aspect of water consumption.
Your worship, to speak to Councillor Demota's question, there's a lot of these accounts that we're actually just diving into. Some are based on a formula of usage and an offset for the operating cost of the operating contract for our wastewater treatment plant. Some of those I've already initiated conversations with these property owners and letting them know that we are looking at our rates and that they may be looking at some significant increases in their utility fees. I am aiming that we have a fair system for all users, whether it's truck sewage, whether it's a large scale, whether it's small scale. That's where we're going to. There's a lot of stuff as we're delving into this question and looking at the making sure that that it's equal and fair treatment for all users that we're getting into. So there's a lot to be discovered. I think we've made some fantastic headway. We've already initiated a lot of the hard conversations with a lot of our partners, I guess, or our users in this. As well, when I was mentioning truck sewage, and that sometimes it takes such an increased labor capacity and operational capacity to handle the truck sewage, we have this year really been in the practice of saying, we don't need your stuff. Thank you very much. Take it somewhere else. Sometimes they're just outside of the parameters of what we can actually legally accept into our sewage flows. For example, some of the toilets and some of the septic systems we're getting hits of about 5,600 parts per million of ammonia for some of these backcountry toilets and stuff like that. So we're having to work to dilute that, put it back on the operators to dilute that before it hits our wastewater treatment plant, because ammonia at 100 parts per million is considered a hazardous substance. And so we don't want that injected into our system and killing the bugs. So there's an awful lot of work we are doing on this. It's just, there's a mountain of work yet to be done.
Okay, thank you. And my last part of that question has to do with bulk water. And you got me quite excited last year when you introduced a new way of billing. And I just wanted to know where we were at in the process, just asking for a follow-up. And then have you included any of those potential revenues into what we could see in helping facilitate some of the costs involved with our utilities, particularly on the water side of things?
For the bulk water project, we were waiting to see how the system that was installed at the wastewater treatment plant recently, and we wanted to do an evaluation on that. We did our evaluation on it, and we don't want it for our bulk water system. It's just it's not going to work for us. So we have recently gone out and got quotes for a bunch of different systems. We narrowed it down to 3, and we're still further working on that. Utilities manager Vidal Michaud is working on that. We anticipate having our new system up and running by the end of the year. But we wanted to make sure that we could actually have a system that we wanted. A lot of it was waiting for the evaluation of the bulk unloading system that was purchased for the wastewater treatment plant. We were hoping that, the one system would fit both applications. We were told it was, but there's a lot of bugs in the one at the wastewater treatment plant, and we don't want to bring it into our bulk water system here. So we should be having that completed and up and running by the end of the year, and that will be housed at the operations building.
Okay. If I may ask for some clarifications through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Greathead again. When you say by the end of the year, does that mean by the end of this month or by the end of 2021? Because I was kind of, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, by the end of this year, we were really, we were quite unsatisfied with how long it took to get into the wastewater treatment plant. It seemed to be a cumbersome project. We were, trying as hard as we could from our end to move it along. We were hoping to have this system set up by, early summer this year. It just didn't happen. And it was because we were really cognizant of the fact that the sewage truck drivers and the water truck drivers are quite often the same people, just in different vehicles and different procedures. So we were hoping that we would be able to keep the user interface simple, clean, and standardized. And it's just not going to work out that way. So that's why we ended up, I believe it was probably 7 or 8 weeks ago when we contacted vendors for different dispensing options for the bulk water system. And we're moving along on that. So our anticipation is that it will be complete before the end of 2020.
Well, that's great. And that's good news. And for me, I think it's encouraging, and I'd like to see other departments work towards, whether it's through user fees or other alternate sources of revenue to help facilitate, our issues, whether they're operationally or within, capital or future capital plans. And I think this is one step towards being able to alleviate the burden on other users. And if we can translate that into other initiatives within other departments, I think it'd be great, because I think we need to think outside the box a little more. And this is still, to me, a really good example, and I can't wait to see it. And I know it's not going to pay for itself overnight, but at the same time, if it's giving us a little bit more revenue that we can pay for those extra people or help facilitate some of our infrastructure needs, this is definitely a good thing. So congratulations to that again. And I hope that everything works out on both ends. So thanks for that.
If I might add, just to add to that last little bit, we did ask, I believe, for $100,000 to $110,000 for this project. And I believe that the bulk water system, we've done an awful lot of research, and I believe that we're going to be able to pull it off for maybe about 1/3 of what we originally anticipated.
Thank you, Mr. Greathead. Councillor Janot.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for allowing me to question. Once I've got the numbers of users per category, I did some quick calculations. And Mr. Greathead, you had mentioned at one time that large users use a lot of water. Consequently, they're the ones that put the system to the maximum. And I thought in your tiering system, and that there would be an increase in charge to have these larger users, look at their operations, see if they could gain some efficiencies in their water consumption. So for example, you had mentioned that 2 apartment blocks similar in size, one consumes twice as much water than the other because they don't check their plumbing. Or commercial properties, older properties may have a flow-through cooling system as opposed to recirculated cooling system and so on and so forth. Anyways, after doing all these calculations, those 53 properties that we have consuming 1,500 meters on average, the total is they consume 58% of our water. That's more than half. Like that's close to 60% of the water is consumed by those 53 properties. And I realize they're larger properties, so they probably have lots of lawns and a lot of water doesn't go through our sewage system that doesn't have to be treated. But somewhere along the way, they're big users. They make the system big. And I thought you had mentioned that they would have to pay a little bit more because of the taxing of the system, especially in the summer months.
Your worship, to Councillor Janot's question, yes, they would if once we do go to a fully fledged tiered system. You know, if we're looking at option 2B right now, each tier break is different, or sorry, is the same. But if we were to put in increasing differentials between the tiers, those larger users would be paying significantly more. I think it's also worth noting at this point too that a lot of these hotels, you know, turn their water over in their swimming pools maybe once or twice a year. There's another, you know, that's a huge surge of water that's going down that we have to make sure they, you know, they permit, they ask permission before they just drain the pool and throw it down to the wastewater treatment plant. We also have to make sure that they're dechlorinating their wastewater or their pool water before it hits the plant, so it doesn't kill the bugs that we rely on for the process. So there's a lot of, I know there's a lot of vagueness, and I know that there's a lot of questions for that council has at this point. There's an awful lot of things that we have to, you know, fund and get on, and make sure that we're doing the right thing for the environment and for our utilities. So that's where the larger users would be paying more once we go into a tiered system. Right now, they'd be paying the same rate as a small homeowner.
Go ahead, Councillor Janot.
May I have a follow-up, please? I'll go back to the fee based on the meter size. I understand these are flat fees only, but there's a concern out there by the people that eventually that'll turn into a tiered system for combining meter size with water consumption. Can you reassure the public that that is only a flat fee only for basically replacement costs of the meters?
Right. So most utilities have an account fee or a user fee, and that's just your account fee. So your account fee would be based on your user or the size of your service going in. So your $30 combined bill for sewage and water for a home for a household, that's one rate, and that's going to be a static rate. Now, the variable rate that would be included in the bill is actually dependent on your usage.
Thank you, Councillor Janot. Mr. Greathead, just for clarification, and I think we've addressed this in previous meetings, but in all of the models that are presented, that is 1B, 2A, and 2B, the initial additional revenue of 500 is all attributable to the base rate based on meter size, correct?
Correct.
So that is a starting point for all of them. And in 1B and 2B, the additional revenue of another approximately $500,000 is from an increased consumption rate.
Correct.
Okay. And option 2A that is the status quo in terms of consumption, even though it is tiered, with all tiers being the same initially. That's a continuation of the status quo for consumption, and the additional revenue all comes from the base rate.
Correct, Your Worship.
Okay. If council today gave direction, and this might be a question more appropriate to Mrs. Malinchuk, so potentially to you through to her. If council gave direction today with respect to, well, in particular model 2A or 2B, so that a bylaw can be prepared and presented to council on December 15th for first and second reading, is it still possible at that time for council to adjust the actual amount for the consumption rate? That is, if we wanted to find something between $1.41 and $1.71, is that still a potential, or does this ship sail today when we give direction?
Your Worship, I believe it could be, it can be at the last minute, as long as we're going through. We just wouldn't be able to get the projections of what we would be looking at for money until we know those numbers. Ms. Malinchuk, if you're there, if you have anything further on that.
Yes, I just need a moment to think about that one a little bit further, because it would depend on if we had, I guess the question then comes to, if we're bringing a bylaw for first and second reading, then it would, again, if it was changed, have to come back again for another first and second reading. So, yeah, I'm just trying to go through the logic in my head with the bylaw itself, because the rate would change within the bylaw if we were changing the amount to be, if the amount was different. Ms. Nadal might be able to speak more to that as well, because she has more on the bylaw front of how it would work out. Ms. Nadal, are you able to help with that question?
Well, I do welcome that, but just to make it hopefully a little more clear, the reason for my question, I do appreciate that there is new information now circulating to council, and it's all very helpful. Councillor Demota indicated early on that he preferred to defer the decision, but I am very much aware of the need to get to the bylaw and have first and second reading at least in December, and third reading early in January, so that these rates can in fact become effective in 2021. And if we delay, then all of the numbers necessarily change, because we have to go with the existing bylaw, and that's going to create substantial work for everybody. So I am inclined personally to move forward with direction today so a bylaw can be prepared. But what I would like to know is whether, once we give direction, whether we can, during debate, and particularly after first reading and before second reading, propose an amendment to the bylaw, still give second reading on December 15th, but slightly adjusted if we come to a conclusion that different rates are appropriate, and then still have third reading in January after we get certification from parks. So it's just the procedural hoops and the ability of council to adjust the particular numbers between first and second reading. And if Ms. Nadon can answer that, I would be grateful.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think in terms of the bylaw and setting up the format and establishing, because we are moving to such a different model, we will have to do some work around what the bylaw itself looks like. And I think your assumption that you could potentially change the numbers between first and second reading, in theory, makes sense. In practice, in terms of the work Mrs. Malinchuk has to do to make sure all those numbers align is where the challenge might lie. But from a bylaw perspective, it could certainly be done. And I would even suggest that, not that that would be the best course of action, but when we go to Parks Canada for certification on second reading, what they are certifying is that we are passing bylaws that are within our jurisdiction. So what the numbers actually are shouldn't be of much concern to Parks Canada, because that is our prerogative as a municipality. The fact that we are implementing fees to begin with is what they should be looking at. And I don't foresee any challenges in getting certification, but so the legislative process could accommodate something like that, whether the calculations and coming up with those rates. I mean, I've only observed Mrs. Malinchak working on that stuff, and it is quite complex. So her ability to pivot on the spot and make those changes is the real question, in my opinion.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And I am hoping to not position staff for additional work simply as a result of council not being perfectly aware of what transpires when we give direction. But I thank you very much for that. And on that basis, I certainly am inclined for direction today to have council give direction, but that is up to the will of council. And my view is that council, or at least that option 2A, provides the direction that I would support. That is the base rate plus a notional tiering for consumption, but with no actual change in the billing rate for the time being. And I would hope that if we can get that in place for January, we can continue these discussions, and perhaps by early summer be confirmed and even pass a bylaw that takes effect January 1st of 2022 with an actual tiering rate that makes sense. And that would give an opportunity for the public to engage to the extent that they wanted, but have a decision made with this council way before the election, because we have now, thanks to Mr. Greathead, fully immersed ourselves in the water and sewer. And I think we should make some decisions, but it's difficult to make all of the tiering decisions in the time remaining between now and the 1st of January. Councillor Butler.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, for moving us into, I guess, discussion, preceding debate, or into actual debate of where we might sit 2 weeks hence. And I know where I will be sitting, and that is that I won't vote for a bylaw that includes tiering based on this model, even if the numbers are flat. I am not at all in favor of this tiered model. I'm not in favor of it because it subjects well under half of our users to the burden of the tiering, and it leaves the great majority of users unaffected by the tiering. If the model, as it is described, is intended to be a conservation model, then it should incentivize all users to conserve. And not only the big users. The big users use a lot of water because they're big users. It is easy and notionally simple to recognize that they draw more on the system, but they don't draw collectively more on the system, and they are not collectively responsible for a disproportionate amount of infrastructure. I mentioned, for example, last week that, for example, we have far more distance of underground services servicing our residents than we do servicing our commercial users. So I'm more than happy to consider a tiered system, but I want to see a system that applies to all users. I think it's doable. I don't think it's doable between now and the 15th of December. But I don't want to see us commit to a model that frankly, use is such a blunt instrument to tier. So if the model has tiering built in, as we've seen, I won't vote for it. I am in favor of base rates by meter size, though I'm still a little unconvinced that the numbers attached there are really the best, but I am willing to take Mr. Greathead's word that, they've been really thought out, and I grant they could be changed over time, but I still struggle a little that they don't scale up actually more than they do. And to amount, I was comfortable with the additional $500,000. I get pretty uncomfortable at trying to pull $1 million this year, an additional $1 million out of our utility system. And I want to say that I think that what we're facing here, because I completely understand we need to pull much more revenue, put much more money into our reserves to manage our infrastructure needs over the coming year. But I think that what we're seeing here is the failure of the base assumption that we should be able to operate a self-funded utility system. It's just not going to be equitable. We have to realize that at a basic level, provision of these services to the community maybe is, to a much greater extent, most appropriately addressed through taxes, or at least through base billings than through consumption. The consumption model fails if you start to expect a consumption model to fund the entire system. And I know that's an assumption we've been proceeding on for numbers of years, that the utility system should be funded entirely through utility billings. But given the outlay of capital that we see needed over the coming, say, decade, I just don't think that's tenable. And we're going to have to look at a little more equitable system than simply consumption-based. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. In order to move forward, I am still in a position where I invite a motion so that council or administration is directed to prepare a bylaw. Councillor Demota.
Forgive me for maybe confusing other councillors and yourself on what I was saying for deferral. I thought, based on the request today, wasn't a request for direction. It did say request for decision, and I didn't know that it would have been the bylaw today. So I'm not prepared to make a motion today on that. However, when I was saying defer the decision, it was based on what direction we were going to take with tiering. So if they're part and parcel, then I'm still waiting to work to get some, willing to wait until we get some feedback from the people in the community. One of the concerns I have is an already burdened sector. And, I was going to say commercial, or I was going to say non-residential over commercial, but I think that even apartment buildings fit into residential / commercial. So regardless, there's a certain sector that's already, heavily weighing into the overall tax burden. And if we keep putting more pressure on that sector, then there's going to be a drive to narrow our tax split from 5 to 1 to 1 to 1, and we have to be careful on how much pressure we put there, because if there's going to be pushback, then we're going to see residential taxes increase. So it's going to be made up somewhere, whether it's through utilities or within our tax structure. So I think that we have to be careful, and we have to think about the big picture and going forward with this. And if we need to recover, in our sustain our operations, and we have to stage it over a period of a few years and not have a fix overnight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Councillor Butler.
I would be supportive of an option 1B that reduces the additional revenue to about $750,000. that meets halfway between the approximately 500,000 and the approximately 1 million. So lower the increase. Those numbers we're looking at 171 and 262 are a 30-cent per cube increase on both water and sewer. I think the increase should be applied as a percentage and not as a a dollar amount. But if it got us to about $750,000 and used the base rate by meter size, I would like administration to maybe have another look at those numbers, the 30, 93, 225, 325, because I'm not quite convinced that those are, really the best numbers, but Mr. Gray is an expert in the field and I'm not. But if a motion like that, I would be in favor of, and I'm speaking for myself, but if it helps the conversation to go in that direction, I would put it out there as a proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Just so that I have clarity on what you're proposing, and not yet a motion, but 1B with increased revenue of about $750,000, but all attributable to adjustments in the base rate and reduce the consumption rate to 1.41 and 2.32. Is that your suggestion, so that all of the increased revenue would come from the base rate and not an increase in the consumption rate? Or are you looking at a combination of those two items, base rate and consumption rate, that equal additional revenue of $750,000?
The second thing, I think we can contemplate some increase, okay. But our water and sewer rates are already really high. And so what we're looking at there for water alone, for water is a 20% year-over-year increase. And just right now, I just think that's too much. So I could maybe support something that was about half of that. And I would be willing to consider, if administration wanted to look at readdressing the base rates to some extent. And I just have a feeling that an additional revenue figure target of about $750,000, I mean, that's a lot given the economic climate we're in. But I do recognize that we have to begin, start down this road. And then I would be happy to go further into conversations about tiering. So anyway, yes. So maybe a lower water and sewer rate, but a little higher than last year, and target $750,000. And I'm interested to know if other councillors, there's no point in doing this if I'm the only one that thinks that's an idea worth supporting.
Councillor McGrath.
Sorry, Mayor Ireland, Councillor Keller-MP was before me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
That's fine, Councillor. Go ahead. I can go after you.
Mayor Ireland, I would support Councillor Butler's suggestion. I do agree full-heartedly with the need to work on this and to start somewhere. And during the current economic times we're all facing, I think this is a good starting point, as he's suggesting, with looking for additional $750,000 in revenue with the agreements on a 1B consumption rate for development of the utility fees bylaw. With the motions that are drawn up by administration, is it necessary that we dictate the detail of how many cents per cubic meter the change is, or what the meter size rates are? Or should we just leave it as the motion reading 1B on the first motion, and the second motion having the number $750,000 as administration has guided us with? Is that enough information to provide?
Your worship, through to Councillor McGrath, I can answer this one. I would suggest that instead of using 1B or 2A or those numbers, my understanding of the proposal by Councillor Butler would be that it would be a flat consumption rate, would be the word to be inserted in that first motion, and then $750,000 inserted in the second one. And then as sort of discussed already, any additional direction could be provided verbally, or I mean, whether council wants to add a motion to the two that are already there to suggest adjustments either in the base rate or, I mean, I think we have a good understanding of what Councillor Butler put forth at this point, but that's it. I would suggest that a flat consumption rate and a $750,000 target would allow administration to make those adjustments following the spirit of what council would like to see. And to Councillor McGrath's point, a more pinpointed dollar amount might cause some challenges for us to determine and make everything work from a fiscal perspective. So that's my take on that one. Thanks.
And
Councillor
I'll just jump in and confirm that yes, what Ms. Nadon suggested is what I meant to say. She just said it better than me.
Thank you, Councillor Keller-MP, and then Councillor Demota.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. My question is directed to Mr. Greathead. So if we were to go with Councillor Butler's idea, how would that be reflected to the outlying areas and the campgrounds? How would that base rate, would they all have a base rate? How would that work?
Your worship, to Councillor Keller, we would actually need to start putting on, like, so the campgrounds, we would need to install a meter on their sewer lines and, you know, a mag meter, and would be able to pick up their flows from there. Because right now, they're based on a calculation of number of campers and that, as, you know, and that's some of the issues that we're trying to address as we've delved into this. You know, there are, you know, quite a few inconsistencies. We're trying to standardize the approach for all users and all customers of our system, and to make sure that it is fair. So for the campground specifically, we would need to need to install new meters on the sewage lines. For the truck sewage, that's gonna, I think we're still gonna just have to eat that one for a year, unfortunately. We're not in a position to be able to get the numbers needed to properly account for those. I'm not able to address that at this point. We're still just diving into it. Also, there's operational issues as we're going through part of the capital projects that are going through for the wastewater treatment, include the replacement of the centrifuge. Now, with the replacement of the centrifuge, it may become, you know, a lot less labor intensive. It's going to be, you know, it would definitely be an improvement in the system. But right now, just because of the state of the centrifuge, we need to babysit it and you know, have hands on while we, work this process, or work it through the process. So unfortunately, we're not 100% there. We'll be tightening this up continuously. We're constantly reevaluating, and it's something that in the utilities department we've all become quite cognizant in, where, you know, the lapses and the inefficiencies and the missed opportunities where they're presenting themselves.
So if I understand you right, Mr. Greathead, so anything that's trucked, we would have to leave as is for this year. But Whistler Campground, like, it'll have 750 campsite, it's like 750 hotel room, right? And then we have Wapiti, I think, is trucked, but all the outside areas, they will all be metered, and they will be part of this year's increase. Am I correct?
With the sewage, like with it, wherever there's a sewer line that we would be able to tag, we would be able to meter. The truck rate right now, I believe it's a lot of numbers in my head. I believe we're charging $10 per cubic meter, so it's more than what we're charging if it was going through a sewer line. But that's also to account for the complexity and the increased cost to handle truck sewage. Like, we do have grinders, we do have a black water stream, a gray water stream. You know, we just invested $35,000 in the billing system that I was just mentioning with Councillor Demota there. You know, so we were able to measure our quantity. So there's an awful lot we still have to progress through.
But anybody that's on the sewer line now that goes direct, they would be on the same rates as town. That's all I'm asking, right?
Correct. Correct.
So because I don't think it's fair for our properties in town to pay more than our properties outside of town. I think we have to keep it fair and equitable to all.
You're absolutely correct, Councillor Keller. Like the whole thing about equity is that we make sure that our residents are not being overcharged, and that they're being properly and fairly billed. So we wouldn't, there's no way that administration would ever support, anyone paying a lesser rate than our residents would. So that's where we're gearing towards, and we're going to try and over the next while address all these inadequacies.
Thank you, Mr. Greathead.
Thank you.
Councillor Demota.
Thank you. I'm entertaining the idea of going into what Councillor Butler was proposing, but at our next regular meeting, I'm not prepared to make a decision or anything to that degree today, because I feel that we're leaving out a major component here. And even though we have been discussing this for a month, I just want to take us back to when we were making a change in direction or adjusting our service for cardboard collection. We did something in working with the chamber and trying to elicit some feedback from the community. We've got a few people that participated in that town hall. Here we're going through a huge contemplation and a drastic change in the way we're providing a service, and we're not going forward with a public consultation. I thought that after that first initial town hall with our idea of changing the cardboard collection, that we were going to start initiating more public engagement processes. And I think that we're missing a step here, and I would like to hear more from the majority or the community, the greater. I'd like to hear some bigger feedback, I guess, from the broader sense of the community, particularly those that are going to be hit the greatest with these changes, potentially. Does that make any sense?
Thank you, Councillor Demota. I see Councillor Butler with his hand up, but I do feel the need to comment. This has been in the public domain at least since October 27th. We discussed it then. We discussed it November 10th, November 17th, November 25th. I'm not aware that we've had any feedback, and I wonder how long we wait. We have some obligations to move, and yes, we encourage public engagement. But this now, I think, is the 5th opportunity we've had to discuss this, and I have yet to see any feedback, and I'm prepared to make a decision. But I respect that every councillor has a position on it, and as yet we don't have a motion on the table. But I'm prepared to move to that right away. But Councillor Butler is the one that suggested that he would make a motion, and I see his hand is up, so I welcome comments from Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going to make the same point you did, so I don't need to make that now, and to point out that we're not making a decision. The first decision date for first reading of the bylaw will be on the 15th. My concern is if we go around in circles with a conversation, then the people who want to provide input won't know what to provide input on. I think we have to provide some sense of direction, and what we're doing here is trying to collectively come to some sense of where we might land when it comes to voting on a bylaw. And that's all. Nothing that we do here today is anything more than setting some direction. And it brings me to, I guess I didn't realize, do we need a motion? To me, the motion is really the bylaw. I'm prepared to make a motion directing administration to prepare a bylaw, but even that to some extent is a little further down the decision-making road than I think we need to go. If if administration has enough feedback to prepare a bylaw, then we're still leaving ourselves unfettered when we do come to decision time. But you know, the community has to realize that we need a bylaw by the end of the year. We cannot proceed without a bylaw. And I hope the community understands that we desperately need more revenue for our utility services. We have a $3 million, I think, currently $3 million debenture that we're paying on now. And we're being asked for another major, or not asked, we need to make another major contribution for the centrifuge this year. I think that's going to be another something like $3 million debenture or something. If we don't start collecting more money, either through taxes or utilities, to put into our utility system, we're going to have no choice but to just keep borrowing money. And I'm not going to be okay with that. We can't just keep borrowing money ad nauseum and with no end in sight to provide these infrastructure services. So I sure hope the community is hearing that loud and clear, that nobody's gouging here. We need to find revenue or to tap into our revenue sources to do the work that needs to be done. Anyway, if a motion is needed, I'm prepared to make it, but I didn't really think we needed one today.
Well, I thank you for that, Councillor Butler. And I had suggested a motion, although it is simply a motion to direct, because I cannot say that I see total consensus on council. And if anybody wants an opportunity to be confirmed in a position, I don't want to deny anybody that opportunity. So I was suggesting that there be a motion, although it is, as you rightly point out, simply direction in any event, and the bylaw is yet to come. For myself, I would, if there is a motion, I would prefer that there be two motions, because I will support the increase in revenue to $750,000. I think there is an opportunity to make a statement with respect to a tiered rate to be implemented later. And I agree with the comments about equity. I think that every cubic meter should have a different charge, but we have to get started at some point. And I would like to send a signal to the community that I think that is the direction we ought to go. But I am content. A bylaw needs to be prepared and presented to us. And if council is prepared to do that on the basis of a direction signaled by thumbs up or nods, and that would be to direct administration to use a base rate calculated on meter size and a flat consumption rate for the development of the utility fees bylaw, and that they project additional revenue of $750,000. That would be the direction. And do I see nods and thumbs all around? Councillor Butler?
I am offering to make a motion, Your Worship, if you would prefer it. And I'm going to stumble a bit, but I will move the council direct administration to bring back a bylaw for consideration, if possible, at a next committee of the whole, and for further consideration at the next regular meeting. And the bylaw will use a flat consumption rate. The bylaw will generate approximately $750,000 of additional revenue. The bylaw will include a base rate related to meter size, and that we further direct that administration come back in the new year with suggestions for moving to a tiered consumption rate for the following year. And I wonder if that, albeit a little bit of an omnibus motion, would be acceptable to council.
Thank you for that, particularly the addition of the last bus in the train of buses there. I very much appreciate that. So that is the motion. I'm not going to try and repeat it.
Don't ask me
I
to
will
repeat.
though. Sorry, Councillor Demota, you have your hand up. If you wish to speak to the motion.
Yeah, no, and I'm okay with that. Like I was okay with when Councillor Butler was clarifying that he thought that we didn't need a motion. If you're wanting to get one from us, that's fine. I'm okay with going with that. I just didn't want to vote on the recommendations that were presented today for the request for decision. That was my whole position, and I don't know how I didn't clarify that. I also clarified several times that I understand how long this has been in the media. So, you know, again, if people need to put me in my place to clarify that, that's fine. I thought that I clarified that. I'm okay with this motion.
Thank you. Just before I call the question, I will ask Mr. Greathead through you to, particularly, I suppose, to Mrs. Melanchuk, is there sufficient clarity in that motion to allow administration to prepare such a bylaw to present to council?
Mr. Mayor, through Mr. Greathead, yes, I believe so. Hopefully it all works out properly and we can move forward. But yes, I think that I might be able to work with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you. I'd like to express my support for this motion. I think that there's so much gratitude to be paid to administration and the team who worked on this. It's our responsibility as local government and as administration to move the community in a sustainable way. And this is our first step of moving utilities into a sustainable frame of mind. So thank you very much for all of the work that's gone into this. And this is the first step of getting us to where we need to be.
Thank you for that. Seeing no further hands, I will call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Demota, you came in late on my screen. Was that in favor?
I'm in favor.
Thank you. All right, that motion is carried. There are none opposed.
Your worship, I would just like to clarify expectations for what council might see in coming weeks. For us to turn around and provide a draft bylaw for committee of the whole is a very ambitious plan. That means it'd have to be ready by Friday, which I don't think we can accomplish. But supporting Mrs. Malinchak's comments, we do have the information we need to work. And that is why we came on December 1st and with that 2-week period. So we did have enough time to do our work behind the scenes here. So we will continue doing that. Thanks.
Understood. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Councillor Butler, you are unmuted.
Oh, I guess I may have been seen to include in my motion to ask for that for committee of the whole, but I didn't mean to do that. We already know the characteristics of the bylaw we're likely to see, so we're not prevented from talking about it next week on the basis of what we have already discussed today. So I just wanted to put administration's mind at ease that I was not actually meaning to create that expectation of having a bylaw in ready form for next week's agenda. Thanks.
All right, thank you for that. We are now on agenda item 8.3. We are getting through this. There are a couple of well, at least one discussion topic potentially. Is the will of council that we simply push on perhaps to 1 o'clock and see where we're at there? Is that fine? We don't need a break at this time? Okay, I see nods and shakes of or thumbs up. So I will continue agenda item 8.3. COVID-related staff increase in operations. And Mr. Greathead, is that you or through you to others?
Your worship, I can handle this one. As we previously mentioned last week, we had 6 staff off due to isolation requirements, and we had numerous others off as they were symptomatic, waiting for testing before they could be released back to work. And this week, Mr. Bulduc is he's one of those that's unavailable. So this request is for us to be able to hire 3-term employees that we would be able to, and we would be seeking people to work with us that already have their heavy, like the commercial truck driver license, the 3Q endorsement, or some significant heavy equipment operating experience to supplement our role right now, to make sure that we will be able to maintain capacity in the event of significant impact from COVID. And I will mention right now that it is a steady drain on our system. Within our staffing, we're numerous people off per day throughout the organization. Mostly because their symptoms waiting for testing come back or being deemed close contacts of a COVID case. So we did discuss this last week, and I'm just bringing it up again because at the end of the day, our impact, if we're planning on hiring these staff through the MOST grant, and that would help us pay off the largest portion of the term. And if the MOST grant is not continued into 2021, it would come at a potential upset of $32,466 to the municipality. It's just to make sure that we do have that coverage and capability once we start being more significantly impacted with COVID. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Greathead. Council, questions, comments for Mr. Greathead? Councillor Keller-Rampe.
It's a struggling time for everybody with COVID, and Mr. Greathead needs the people. We need to keep our operation running, and I'm prepared to make that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Keller-Rampe. Any other comments? Councillor Journeau.
Yes, thank you for that. And I acknowledge the difficulties that this department or all departments are with under COVID. I have a question around the MOST grant. Now you say over the next 4 months, is that's a timeline on the MOST grant? Like, would this all be covered by MOST or MOST funding of some sort? Because it's extra costs due to COVID, is it not?
We are planning on applying these positions to the MOST grant. I believe the MOST grant expires on March 31st of 2021. It may be renewed. So this would just be covering that overlap in case the MOST grant wasn't renewed or there was not a similar initiative that we would be able to avail ourselves of to cover this cost. But this is directly, we plan on applying these positions directly to the MOST grant application and go through there.
Anything else from councillors? I have just one question, Mr. Greathead, to you and through you to whoever might be appropriate. I support the motion, and I support your efforts to adjust the workforce to be able to deal with the impacts. I just wonder about the position of this motion in the overall process. If council supports this motion, as I will, a motion in principle, is the expectation then that we are committed to this amount in the budget? And I ask that only because it may tend to lead us in a direction of piecemealing the budget rather than dealing with the budget as a whole. And so while I accept in all respects the need for being prepared in this fashion, I wonder how our motion in principle now is relevant to the overall budgetary process.
Your Worship, the budget was prepared long before the consideration of this increased staffing, and we didn't get back and go through it. So it may detract from our budget process. Now, we not, if they're not going to be renewing the most grant or some other source of funding for this lag period or this, the capacity that we're looking for, we would just end up having to adjust our annual operation budget. We would probably end up relying less on contractors, putting some of these staff to some of the tasks of contractors and that. So we would work to stay within our budget envelope for the year, but this ask came in long after the budget documents were prepared.
All right, thank you for that. As I say, I do support in principle entirely what you're doing on Councillor Keller-Hempy's motion. Any other questions or comments about the motion? All right, I will call the question. All in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Thank you, Councillor, sorry, Mr. Greathead.
Your Worship, we skipped over 8.2.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we did.
Oh.
We did. My apologies. It's going to be a longer day than I thought. We won't be done at 1. All right, my apologies. We are back to 8.2 operating budget. Mrs. Melanchuk.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is the request for decision that I'm bringing forward today for notice, and then we'll bring it back on December 8th for additional discussion, potentially having decision as indicated by Council for December 15th. So the recommendation is that Council approve the 2021 operating budget as presented. Now, there's also options given that a 2021 interim operating budget be approved. And just as of note, the Municipal Government Act Section 242 says that Council must adopt an operating budget for each calendar year. And this just ensures that the business will remain in continuity for 2021. Attached again is the 2021 to 25 proposed budget. So there's a link there to go to the budget summary document that is on the website. And with this being said, we are currently just putting the questions together still and answers from Council as well as from the public from the budget presentations that we had, because the cutoff was just this weekend. So that will come shortly. And in that also, I've included some charts that were requested on the segmented graphs on segmented disclosures. So we will have those by the discussion period on December 8th. And I guess at this point too, administration would just be additionally interested if Council had further questions, further interest or if any other things need to be brought to the table for the discussions to be had on the budget going into the 2021 year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And my apologies for having skipped over that item previously on the agenda. Anything from council with respect to the 2021 budget? That is formal notice for a decision in 2 weeks. Councillor Butler.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Mrs. Malinchuk, I have been poring through this at great length, and I accept that you earlier mentioned that you yourself are not really liking the way our transfers to reserves are factored in, because it creates difficulties just in presentation. It works from a financial and bookkeeping point of view. And so what I'm struggling with is to understand in the budget documents where you have provided us with net tax envelope information. And I am trying to understand the impact of operations, but operations alone and not including transfers to reserves, which is not really operations, it's part of the capital budget. And I'm trying to understand what each departmental allocation for operations purely is. So I can look at any part of the tables you provided, and for example, I can look at the net tax envelope for 2021 for culture and recreation is $2,257,452, but I believe that number includes transfers to reserves. And I had earlier asked for you to provide us with a listing of transfers to reserves, and we got that last week, and that's really good information. But I'm wondering if there's anywhere that I can understand, just choosing that one example, what would culture and recreation's annual purely operating allocation be? Or is that just a conversation or a question that's kind of just too difficult to address? Period. Thank you. That's the question.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Butler. If you may look at page 20, so that's the culture and recreation revenue, expense, and the net surplus or deficit. Page 20, it says 20 at the bottom of the page anyway.
I'm there. Yeah, thank you.
So you can see that the net change is $263,329, which aligns with the change on the net tax summary. When it comes down to reserve transfers for repair, maintenance, replacement, it does not affect the bottom line, the net tax impact. What would affect the net is just the transfer to the actual reserve in a saving sense. So if you're contributing as an expense to the savings in the reserves, that would ultimately affect the end result, your net deficit. When we're talking about RMR, the repair, maintenance, and replacement of capital needs in an operating sense, there's an expense, but it's directly offsetted by the revenue as well. So it doesn't affect the bottom line. So what you're seeing, that $263,329 is the amount that is increased within the tax scope of what's needed to support that department. Is that clear?
Well, thank you. If I may, Your Worship.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. But I'm not really talking about the change year over year, or in this case, 2 years over. So looking at that particular page, I see proposed 2021 net surplus or deficit. I'm seeing a deficit of $2,748,000 for that department. Is that inclusive of funds that would in the end be transferred into capital reserves, or also RMR reserves, or both, or neither? Does it include some amount of money going into reserves, or is that $2.748 million strictly operational in nature?
Your worship, through to Councillor Butler, it does include the amount that's transferred to reserves in the sense of the saving reserve account. Yes. And the RMR doesn't affect the net tax impact because it's offset. There's an expense and a revenue that are equal to each other. So it doesn't ultimately affect the bottom line. Yes, in debenture and restrictions, there is an increase net change of $96,603. And that does include restricted reserves. Now, with culture and recreation, just one moment, please.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so, and with culture and recreation in 2021, the change that occurred in debenture and restricted reserves, there is no additional increase to transfer to restricted funds. It is exactly the same as it would have been in 2019, $114,276. Where the ultimate change lies is in the debenture, and we went over that and how it played out with when we got the debenture and whatnot. So yes, in essence, with every department, if the reserve transfer goes up, you would see that impact in the bottom line. Yes.
All right. I think we've got there, and I'm sorry that I didn't really understand this. So what I'm understanding, if I look at that $2.748 million for culture and rec, and again, I just picked that example. If I remove the $377,000, which I understand is covering payments on debentures and transfers to reserves, I would have some idea of what the true operating expense to run the department for a year would look like, would be. Am I correct?
I'm not sure if I'm following exactly with that example. One thing to keep in mind, I guess, is the best way to think about it is that you have your total expense of $3,744,634. You take that and you remove your amount of revenue that you are receiving from other sources other than taxation, the $996,223. That equates to your 2.7 million that is contributed to by tax dollars. So that $2,748,411 is part of the 8.4 million that we're talking about for the municipal tax contribution. If you take the net deficit of each department and you add them together, you'll get the $8.4 million.
Yeah, that I understand.
Okay.
All right. I think that answers my question. And I have one other, if I may. I don't expect an answer today. I have been looking at the financial statements, and I am interested in understanding a little better the various sources of revenue that are listed there. And sorry, I'm trying to bring up the information here. I just want to have a little clearer understanding, if it's not going to be a lot of work, because I'm trying to compare year over year. Sorry, bear with me just a moment. I want to understand what is encompassed by the revenue sources that are listed at the top of the financial statements. Some of them are pretty obvious. For example, permits and fines, but others are not. And I wonder if it's possible for you to provide just a sort of a little narrative outline of what is included in those revenue items. in those revenue line items without, I don't need a lot of detail. I just want to notionally understand what's included in those line items.
Your worship, through to Councillor Butler. Yes, I'm currently working on the graphs to go over the amounts by segmented disclosure, so that we're going into what was sale of goods and services, what comes from grants, what comes from transfers of reserves or taxes, and compared to what is expensed in salary, say, versus your benefits versus contracted services.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm working on putting that together right now, and I will be putting an explanation behind. It's a max coding system where we classify everything into an area so that it breaks it down into more recognizable areas of exact expenses and revenues. So that will be coming with the answers from the budget presentations that we did, and His Worship brought that to as kind of one that he would like to see, and I think it is a valuable tool for council to look at, because then you can see how much you're paying in salaries, how much you're paying in contracted services and whatnot.
All right, to be clear, my query is around revenues, not expenses. So like I see in 2019 actual, we received $6.3 million in user fees and sales goods. I just like to know honestly what that means. What is included in user fees and sales goods? What is included in rentals?
Right.
Those are the that are not really always clear to me. And then in other, there's $1 million in other. I'd kind of like to know what's in there.
Yes.
So
No
if what you're preparing is going to answer that question for me, I'll be more than happy. Penalty, fines, licenses, and permits. Well, that's pretty obvious. Investment income, that's obvious. Franchise and concession, there's a note there to tell me exactly what that is. These others, it's a little less clear. Yes, so I'll appreciate seeing that when we get it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Great. Thanks very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Councillor Kelleher-Rempe.
I was just looking under emergency services and the expensive bylaw compared to 2019. Obviously, it's being proposed that we have 3 full-time bylaw and again our summer bylaw. So in utilities, Mr. Greathead is proposing for a bylaw officer also. Does that mean, I just want a clarification, is either some of the funding is going over to bylaw from there, or between the 2 departments we're proposing 4.5 position under bylaw?
Your Worship, if I can speak to that question. Our intent was to fund it and raise the money for it. But hire an extra person to be under Neil's watch in that department. So our request is to fund it through the utilities, the revenue generated there, but it would be a separate function. So I'm not sure. We're not showing it on our org chart at all.
Okay, so we're looking at 4.5 positions then versus 3.5 positions as in 2019.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right, anything else for Mrs. Malinchuk regarding agenda item 8.2? All right, if not, we can move forward. We've dealt with 8.3, so that takes us to agenda item 8.4, which is notice of request for decision regarding renovations to 1251 Cabin Creek Drive. Mr. Greathead, perhaps through you to Mr. Hutton, if he is there. Whoever chooses to respond, go ahead.
Yes, Your Worship, I'd ask Gord to speak to this, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As you're aware, our past CAO was occupying our staff residence at 1215 Patricia, or 1215 Cabin Creek Drive, or 1251, pardon me. Upon his departure, we did an inspection of the house and found quite a few deficiencies that we are in the process of addressing. I've broken them down into 3 basic components: critical life safety, general maintenance, and aesthetic improvements. And not knowing where we're going to draw the line on repairs to this house, I've put a estimated ceiling of 200,000 to bring this house up to a standard. There's quite a few items there that we have started addressing already. We have found penetrations in the fire and smoke barrier between the garage and the residence. We've got water infiltration in the living room ceiling, leaky dishwasher, front deck and side deck that were falling off the house, literally. We've got some moldy and rotten walls in the master bathroom. I've got a rotten roof truss in the kitchens, in the living room ceiling. Got some rotten studs in the garage behind some exterior stucco and plywood. We've got had some wiring that was a little deficient and not up to code, as well as some gas lines. And the appliances were due for a service. We also have some windows that are no longer sealing properly. The front walkway needs some regrading and re-landscaping. We've got some standing water in the backyard, which is a great mosquito breeding ground, and some fire stopping requirements in the mechanical room. General maintenance items are patch and repair, walls, fresh coats of paint, window coverings, deep cleaning. And I do know through the lease renewal process that we have some encroachments in the backyard onto parks land that we would like to address as well. And then there are some what I would call aesthetic improvements, items that don't need to happen, but I would recommend that we do that as a conscientious landlord. Oddly, there's a butchering room, a meat locker in the basement. It looks like a couple tenants ago, residents used for dressing hunting kills. A little bit of an unusual feature in a residential property. The stucco on the exterior is it's failing. It's very stained, not particularly appealing. The wood fascia and soffits, as where some of the siding is starting to rot, warp, discolor, is at the end of its life cycle. And the kitchen is very tiny with very outdated fixtures. In one section, part of the kitchen wall has been removed to make way for a larger fridge. So there's cut studs and missing drywall in that area of the kitchen. And the interior doors, although functional, are very subpar as far as noise separation goes. So I'd like to replace those as well. And so I guess I'm coming to council with a proposal that we do some or all of this work. I feel that the critical life safety items and the general maintenance can't be postponed or overlooked. Beyond that, I would like to do the aesthetic improvements, but I guess 2 things: seeking guidance from council on how far we want to go with these renovations, and again, sort of address the issue of what type of landlord we are in general for our staff and residents in our staff houses.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton. I appreciate the report. I'm sure we all do. I wanted to particularly thank you for using the word a conscientious landlord, with which I agree. And just in contrast to spell check, which gave us a different word, I noticed, and quite alarmingly so, but I understood initially what you had always intended. So thank you for that. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you very much. I really thank administration for bringing this forward, and thank you, Mr. Hutton, for your thoroughness with the report. However, I'm shocked by the fact that we had no idea about this. This house, I would estimate, has some value around $600,000, and to see that repairs and maintenance are needed in the form of $200,000, a third of the total of the asset, is, it's shocking. And I'm wondering what practices other municipalities or what practices we could instill to ensure that we're never vulnerable in this way in the future, such as an annual inspection process for the housing that we own, similar to the inspection process that would happen with the other assets that are the municipalities, so that we don't experience this in the future. It's a little offsetting to have it come up so suddenly that we had no idea about. So I'd like to make sure that we move forward with the proper repairs that are needed. Certainly, as you mentioned, to be a diligent landlord is very important, and to be responsible. But let's move forward with some practices that never see us in this situation again.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Other comments from councillors? Councillor Butler.
Thanks. Thank you very much for the report, and I echo Councillor McGrath's thanks for the good work and thoroughness, and the upfrontedness, is that a word, and honesty in this. I do have one question just about some previous work that I thought had been done there within the past couple of 3 years. Am I right that there was some work there done in the yard? I think there was a additional parking pad or something put into place, and I'm wondering if I'm right in that, and if you happen to know approximately what the value of that little upgrade was, Mr. Hutton.
Yes, we did do work previously. When I came on with the municipality, Mr. Furto was already occupying the structure. At that point in time, we replaced shingles on the roof. We replaced all the flooring in the main floor and bedrooms. We replaced one bathtub at that point in time. And I do not have the budget with me, but we did do an RFD on that. I could reference that if you wish.
You're muted.
Councillor Butler, yes.
Thank you. Sorry, thanks. I would be interested, for the record. I'm in favor of, we have to spend this money. I'm in favor of it. I'd kind of like an idea of what spending has, what other spending has gone on in that house in the past. I don't know, maybe since you came on, Mr. Hutton. I don't want to create an onerous amount of work, but I'd like to know what we've spent over the past 5 years or so, let's say, if that's possible and not too much work. If it's difficult to find, I would accept that, but hopefully it's not too hard to find.
I could build that summary.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Butler and Mr. Hutton. Councillor Journeau.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. It's a bit alarming when you hear it, rotten. So looks like the roof's going to fall in. Very dangerous. So I do support getting these things fixed, but we're spending a large amount of money, and I'd like to add and suggest that we also modernize a little bit here. You mentioned the kitchen is small. They've removed the wall to put a fridge in. I would like to suggest that a good look with a professional approach be done to modernize this place so that it's presentable. I mean, it is, after all, our CAO is going to be living in there, and it could be living in there for a long time. I suggest that because we're spending that much money, that can't be that much more to put it into a modern, presentable property. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Journeau. For my part, I agree with the comments to date, and I would support doing the full amount of the work, even those things that are listed as aesthetic improvements. I'm not sure that I would agree that all of those are aesthetics. Removing rotten, warping wood fascia, I think that might be beyond aesthetic. And certainly removing a butchering room that has been there for I don't know how long seems to me to be something that ought to be done and would be done by a diligent and conscientious landlord. What I am concerned about is the timing of the work and what might get done before January 1st and what would remain after that, and whether remaining work can be undertaken with occupancy of the property or not, because we will obviously have to make arrangements for our incoming CAO, who is intending to be able to move into that house at some point. So I wonder what can be done early, and whether accommodation can be available in that unit, or whether we have to look elsewhere.
Is that a question directed to me, Mr. Mayor?
To Mr. Greathead, through to you. I just wonder whether you have any sense of whether the property can be at least habitable by January 1st, or should we, do we need to wait a little bit for further work and permits to unfold? And at what point might we know whether or not it will be habitable?
I can state that yes, it could be habitable by January 1st. We would be unable to replace the windows and redo the kitchen prior to that date. So those would be two things that would occur after occupancy. And I'm just speaking to the interior of the house. The exterior, I would suggest we postpone any additional work there until we get into the spring season. Replacing siding, fascia, etc., would be a better time frame for spring. We're not going to see any degradation to that, or alarming degradation to the house between now and springtime. So that would be my proposed work plan. As for the kitchen and the windows, if we wanted those done prior to January 1st, I do not see that being attainable.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilson.
I'm in support of the work being done. I'm not shocked by the price tag either. I think we've got quite a bit of life out of that house over the years we've owned it, and the age of the house is 40 plus years old. I think the price tag is so high because Gord's looking at a chance to take care of many of the items when it's unoccupied, because nothing's more disruptive than renovations happening in your house when there's people there, both for the contractor as well as the residents. So I think optimum time is now to take care of all the interior stuff, and I support it wholeheartedly. And it's a bit shocking, 200,000, but it is an estimate of the work that needs to be done, and it's all encompassing. So we're going to get another 40 years out of that, a lot of that work as well. So I support it.
All right, thank you. Anything else from your perspective, Mr. Greathead? You have asked council to approve among options. How would you like to see that approval confirmed, or some approval confirmed?
Your worship,
Do
I
do you
can,
need a motion?
we have this up for notice. We can have discussion again next week, and then for the decision on the 15th of December. I believe that Mr. Hutton would be able to get us a reasonable schedule of like what would be ideal to do in an unoccupied house. And then I can have those discussions with the incoming CAO this week, and then we can have a firmer timeline and a better developed plan of action for these repairs. So now that we've had this discussion today, that would give me the latitude to discuss with Mr. Given, you know, his availability and flexibility going forward.
Thank you very much. So we will look for a return of this notice for decision on December the 15th.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Councillor Wilson, go ahead.
Be it that it's December 1st, would it not be prudent to make a motion today, waiver of motion and approval of interior works to be done? Because if we are to achieve that work by January 1st, it has to start now. So if it starts December 15th, it's not happening by January 1st. I would make the motion if it's acceptable to do so. Any thoughts?
I appreciate the suggestion. Is there work underway now, regardless of any decision by council?
Yes, there is. I took the decision with discussions with Mr. Greathead to proceed with the life safety requirements in the house. So we are proceeding with those, as well as painting walls, patching walls, general upkeep. That is ongoing. I didn't see those items as essentially negotiable from my perspective. We have to deal with mold. We have to deal with non-code compliant gas lines, electrical, all the safety things are underway.
Okay. Can council assist the work by waiving notice and making or approving a motion today? Or is that indifferent in any event? You've got enough work to keep you busy for the next 2 weeks?
It would help. I have enough work to keep me busy, but I am still actively pursuing the permitting phase and working with an engineer to conduct drawings for upgrades to the kitchen, the decks, which require an engineer's stamp because we'll be removing an interior wall. So if I had direction, I could better direct my subcontractors on what scope to complete now and potentially what scope would be done later.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I just wanted to express that I agree with Councillor Wilson. We have waived notice for far less urgent matters in the past, and I believe that giving administration that level of direction today would be appropriate.
Thank you for that. Councillor Journeau.
Well, while I agree with this, I don't want to have us be seen to have this ready by January 1st. I think that we should be doing this completely and thoroughly before our new CAO moves into there. I don't wouldn't want to see it half finished and say, okay, well, it's ready. Yes, while I'm prepared to waive notice to allow the work to proceed quicker, there's a lot of work that's to be done here. And we get the impression that, or I get the impression that, yeah, we're going to have it so-called ready for him on January 1st. A CAO during renovations, I don't think so. So let's do it right and take the time. You know, we have to get permits and so on and so forth. Some modernizations probably take longer than what we first anticipated. And I think we should do it right. It's going to be with us for a long, long time. And it's going to be for the comfort of quite likely senior officers of the municipality. And we should provide the housing that they would expect, not just something that is barely, or sorry, low ball, put it this way. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Councillor Journeau. So I will then take it as a motion from Councillor Wilson that council waive the 2-week notice period otherwise required to deal with this request for decision at today's meeting. So on the issue of notice only, or waiver of notice, unless I see hands, I will call the question. All in favor? Opposed? There are none opposed, so that is carried. So then a motion is required to give some direction. Option 1 is approve all of the items, but delay occupancy until the work is complete. I'm not sure that that's exactly what administration signaled as their preference. The other options are less work, the approving of less work. Councillor Wilson.
I would make the motion that we approve all of the life safety items as well as interior works at 1251 Cabin Creek Drive. And I'm not sure if it matters if the motion includes the exterior items, as those exterior items can wait till spring, yet I could add it to the motion as well. I think the only reason why I had requested to waive notice was the interior items to get the work done prior to occupancy, and exterior work could happen at any point.
Thank you. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, I'm wondering if the motion can be vague in a sense that we direct administration to work with the ingoing employee on timelines. So say the CAO and his family will be going away in the summer for a week and a half, and that will give enough time for a kitchen renovation. If we can just allow it to be a little vague so that administration has the ability to work with the ingoing employee to work out the details, and we just approve the expenditure.
Yes, I'm okay with that, but yeah, I think Mr. Hutton. Well, sorry, I'm not sure who to address this to. Do we know when the incoming CAO plans to move in? Are we set up to have him? Because I don't think he's bringing his family till the spring. Could we have him set up somewhere to complete all the interior work prior to them moving in?
Mr. Greathead, go ahead.
Your worship, if we can modify option 1 just to approve all action items and end it there, strike the rest of the sentence out, and then I can discuss this with the incoming CAO and make sure that we get a well-coordinated, respectful approach to this work.
I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton.
Yes, thank you. The one other point I did want to make is permitting is the unknown factor here. As I mentioned before, the last time I applied for a development permit, it was a 72-day turnaround time. So I don't want to commit to a timeline, so I do like Greathead's modified option 1. Between Mr. Greathead, myself, and the incoming CAO, we can work out either complete all the work or do it in stages with a very planned process.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton. Councillor Journeau.
Thank you. I don't like the direction this is going. We appear to be chancing and cutting corners here on this property to get him to occupy this as early as possible. This house is 40 years old and it needs a modernization. And I think that we should take our time and do it right so that it serves us for a long time. Put yourself in the CAO's shoes. If he's arriving here and he has to move into a half renovated place, so you got saws and equipment all over the place. Yes, his family's not coming till March, but I think we should look at doing completely the interior, including a modernization. We should not be seen to be cutting corners. If we're in those shoes, if we're in buying this or whatever, just think of that, because I don't like the urgency to get it done by a certain timeline.
Thank you, Councillor Journeau. As I understood the discussion, what administration is now requesting is latitude in the approval, and that is approve the action items with a spending ceiling, but leave optionality with administration. Because as Mr. Hutton noted, there is a permitting issue anyway, which may not be resolved regardless of the work. So leave that to Mr. Greathead and Mr. Hutton and others on staff to sort out the details, but with approval from council to get the work done within a spending limit, and they can sort out the logistics of that. That's what I understood to be the basis of the motion, and I think that respects your concern as well, that it be done in coordination with the incoming CAO. Councillor Wilson, is that a fair restatement of your motion? That is that council approve all of the action items and a spending ceiling of $200,000 and leave it at that?
That sounds okay with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I will call the question. All in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. So thank you, Mr. Greathead and Mr. Hutton. You have the direction and can carry forward as of today. I notice that it is exactly 1:30. We have been at this for 4 hours. Might I have a motion from someone that this meeting extend beyond 4 hours? Councillor Journeau, thank you. All in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Thank you. We are near the end, I think. Agenda item 5, appointments to boards and committees.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
If
Councillor
I may,
Deloda.
I have to leave our meeting today, so I just wanted to say that, and thank you for the discussion today.
All right, you're leaving now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Boards and committees is here as notice of motion for decisions to be made December 15th. Is there any discussion required with respect to that notice? Councillor Journeau.
I just add that the HR committee met yesterday and we looked over the applicants. We have very good applicants for certain in culture and rec, because we have eight applicants for 2 positions. We'll be reviewing them again and come up with a recommendation for at the next opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for that. If there's nothing further, we can go to agenda item 9.1, correspondence for information, consideration, or action. We received feedback with respect to the off-leash area. Action required on that. If there is nothing from councillors, I wonder, Mr. Greathead, and appreciating that staff has lots on their plate, is there any opportunity to address any of those particular issues raised in some sort of report back to council? I appreciate that putting in lighting and other things is probably not an option, but I wonder whether administration has even had an opportunity to consider any of the comments made in that feedback.
Your worship, we can get back to this one. We can probably bring back a report for the committee of the whole next week, just a, kind of more of a response to this one. But that dog park is not particularly on, it's not our land. We don't administer the land. We do know that there's a slope, and it does become troublesome when it is icy. And if we have a freezing rain or a crusty snow or something, a bit of a melt. Predominantly our role is we provide the water, the garbage bags that are outside of the dog park, and the mud mitts. We supply those, and that's pretty much the extent of our responsibility there on that site. But we can get back to you further for a better discussion on that at the committee of the whole next week.
I would appreciate that, but nothing particularly extensive. I don't, just addressing the issues there. A broken gate, apparently, lack of a garbage can, and the mitts. But if that could just come back for a brief report next week, that would be appreciated.
Will do.
Thank you. Is there any other new business from councillors? Councillor McGrath?
I have one item of new business, Mayor Ireland, and it's a positive news story. Today's December 1st, and it's the start of the December Project. So the December Project supports Santa's Anonymous locally. It encourages 20 minutes of movement per day, and it also connects community members with each other through a wellness initiative. I am hoping that council would like to join me in the December Project participation by donating $20 to the December Project. And I can take on maybe the work end of the portion. If you desire to take part in it, you would take a picture of yourself doing your 20 minutes of movement, and you could forward that to me for those of you who don't have social media. And we could share a picture of the 7 of us doing our 20 minutes of activity all together on the December Project Facebook page to encourage, as the leadership in the community, participation. No pressure, but I'm calling you on, and I'm asking you to participate with me.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath.
I'm in.
Happy to participate.
All right. Any other new business? Are there any councillor reports? Councillor McGrath.
We have special community conversations this month that are through Alberta Health Services called Healthy Communities Conversations. That will happen on December 2nd and December 9th. And I will also be attending a Yellowhead Regional Library meeting on Monday.
Thank you. Councillor Kelleher-Empey.
Last week, as well as budget meetings, I attended the Alberta Economic Development Conference by Zoom. It was excellent. And on Thursday, Councillor Wilson and I will be attending a Community Futures Board meeting by Zoom.
Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Thank you. A couple of things. I will be attending an Evergreens Foundation board meeting tomorrow morning. Well, probably tomorrow all day. It is our annual organizational meeting followed by a regular meeting. That's by Zoom, of course. And then the other thing I want to mention is the item listed in number 12, the JCHC shareholders meeting this afternoon. I mentioned that in particular because one of the items I need to just mention at that meeting, which is good for the public to hear is that we are really rather abruptly looking for 2 representatives from the community to sit on our board. The board is comprised of 5 members, 2 councillors, Mr. Greathead, and 2 community representatives. So we are in need of replacements for both of those. Regrettably, that information didn't come in time for it to be addressed along with the other board appointments that we make. On the other hand, the board solicits those additional members directly rather than through the municipality. So just thought I would mention that in case there is interest in the community for community representatives on the Jasper Community Housing Corporation Board of Directors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Any further councillor reports? Right. If not, then agenda item 12 is the JCHC meeting scheduled for this afternoon. Can we just confirm at this time what time we would like to reconvene? I know we have a separate Zoom link for that attendance. It is now almost 20 to 2. I think we do need a break, but I think we were about to adjourn. Would 2 o'clock be too soon, or perhaps 2:15? 2 o'clock, Councillor Wilson, that's what you're suggesting? Do I see nods around? Okay, we can manage then to all Zoom back in on the new link at 2 o'clock. And with that, then I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Councillor Keller-Harempy, thank you. All in favor? There are none opposed. We are adjourned. Thank you all. Thanks to members of the public and staff that made it through. And for council, we will see each other again in 20 minutes.
Thank you all.